Chase Field in downtown Phoenix, just a gorgeous evening for a baseball game, and fans with us at the ballpark collecting an added bonus. The first 20,000 in tonight, getting a Josh Colmenter bobblehead. 20,000 Colmenter bobbles handed out for the third of this four-game series with the San Diego Padres. It's a perfect Saturday for baseball here on Fox Sports Arizona. And good evening from Chase Field. Welcome to the broadcast. Steve Berthune, Bob Brenly along the way. We don't often get the chance to see Paul Goldschmidt do something he's never done before. But, Bob, we had that chance here tonight. Goldie has homered in 3 straight games. He's never homered in 4 in a row.
And the amazing thing to me is the game before the streak, the 3-homer streak that he's on right now, he looked horrible. He walked,
struck out a whole bunch of
struck out
times.
4 times, grounded out to third, and you wonder, Jesus, Goldie need a day off. He really looked bad in game 1 of that doubleheader in Colorado, but the great ones find a way to quickly figure it out, and Goldie has done that over his last 10 games.
Hitting .467 over his last 10. He has homered in 3 straight. He tries to go 4 for 4 here tonight. The pitching matchup, the Padres' tough righty is on the mound, Tyson Ross. And for the Diamondbacks, it's Chase Anderson. And his last start was Sunday at Dodger Stadium, and it was likely the best start of his big league career so far.
I think it's safe to say that Chase Anderson gave all the credit to his fastball command. Everything works off of his fastball. I think Chase was being a little modest. He had a tremendous changeup that day. His curveball was sharp and in the zone when he wanted it to be. And, of course, the fastball command was there for Chase Anderson. Hopefully he'll be able to duplicate that tonight against the Padres.
Well, we know tonight for the Padres and D-backs, it's Tyson Ross versus Chase Anderson. What we don't know is the answer to the Mother's Day mystery. Who will be the Diamondbacks starting pitcher tomorrow? And as of right now, we still don't know. We'll try and answer that question when we come back. And then it's first pitch, the Padres and D-backs on Fox Sports Arizona. On Fox Sports Arizona is brought to you in part by Cox Gigablast. How will you live the gig life? By Lone Butte Casino. You're in for more winning moments at Lone Butte Casino. And by Jack in the Box. Jack's hottest sandwich is back. Head to Jack in the Box for Jack's Blazing Chicken Sandwich.
Welcome back. It's Chase at Chase. Saturday night baseball at the ballpark. I'm Kate Longworth. Well, a lot is riding on Chase Anderson tonight as he gets the nod for the Diamondbacks. Obviously, he'll factor into the win for the team most likely. But depending on his performance, that could affect who tomorrow's starter will be. Chip Hale has yet to announce who will get the nod on Sunday. But that's probably because he's going to have his eyes on Chase tonight. Should Chase be able to go the distance and go deep into the game, preserving the bullpen, then Chip might take a page from Tony La Russa's book years ago and rely on some of the longer guys in the bullpen to get the start. Obviously, Archie Bradley is back in the rotation next week, so Chip might be looking to one of these guys to step in on the mound tomorrow. Hudson, Delgado have experience, of course, starting. Chapin not as much, but I talked with Andrew today, and he told me that if he gets a nod, he is ready to go. And what I found most interesting, that if one of these long guys is used, they may not switch up their routine at all. They may treat tomorrow's game just like an outing if they're getting the call from the bullpen. Andrew told me he'll go out there, only throw 8 pitches if it's his turn to make the start, and then he'll head right on the mound and try to get the job done. But first, it all depends on what Chase Anderson does tonight. We'll find out right after this. First pitch is on the other side of the break. Don't go anywhere.
Mound at Chase Field, hoping to continue the outstanding performance of this Diamondbacks rotation as a whole lately. Over the last 20 games, D-backs starting pitchers have worked to a 3.19 ERA. That is the 4th best of the major leagues over that span. But tonight he's up against a Padres offense that has scored 146 runs through their first 31 games. That leads the National League. But on the mound, it's your Arizona Ford starting pitcher, 27-year-old right-hander Chase Anderson. Still looking for his first win of the year. He has deserved better. The ERA 3.38. He's allowed 3 or fewer runs in 4 of his 5 starts this year.
Matched up against Brett Anderson against the Dodgers on that last road trip. We talked about it earlier. His best start of the year by far. He was never really in any trouble in that ballgame. Hit a batter in the first with 2 outs. He didn't score. Walked a batter in the second, erased on a double play, and then gave up 2 harmless singles. One in the 4th, one in the 5th. You see his arsenal. And as I mentioned, Chase said the start in L.A., everything worked off his fastball, and he felt like he had the best fastball command so far this season. And when you're commanding the fastball, it makes the changeup and the breaking pitch even more effective.
Tuffy Gozawish behind the plate in that start at Dodger Stadium. Jordan Pacheco is back there, and Will Myers bunting for a base hit to lead off the ball game. Yasmani Tomas can't pick it up with a bare hand, and Myers is aboard.
To be quite frank about it, I'm surprised more teams haven't tried this against Yasmani Tomas, an outfielder trying to make a position change. He's handled most of the opportunities down there at third base, but we haven't seen anybody try to bunt for a base hit until Will Myers did right there leading off the game.
We await the ruling on that one as Corey Spangenberg steps into the box. That's a base hit for Will Myers to lead off the ball game. Spangenberg 286.
Spangenberg was on base 5 times in the ball game last night, a triple and 4 walks.
He scored twice. He was hitless in Thursday's series opener. Belts this one toward the pool in right center field. Myers on the run. He'll head for third. And the Padres have runners in the corners with no outs for Matt Kemp. This is the lineup for Bud Black, San Diego Padres.
2 up, 2 on so far. Will Myers at first base leading off. Corey Spangenberg with that single into the gap in right center will be at second base. Matt Kemp in right field. Justin Upton, the former D-back, out in left. Yangervis Solarte at third base. Derek Norris doing the catching. Will Venable with a homer and another base hit in the ball game last night. Back in there at center tonight. Alexi Amarista at short, and Tyson Ross on the mound for the Padres.
Well, here's Matt Kemp, 288 with 1 homer. Kemp has 2 hits and 8 at-bats in the series so far. Both singles. He has struck out 3 times. There's a strike, 0-1. Greg Gibson is our plate umpire tonight. 4 for 9 career against Chase Anderson, including a home run. Chase Anderson just 3 pitches into the ball game in immediate trouble here. Runners in the corners and nobody out. Spangenberg with good speed over there at first. And there he goes. Kent gets it in the air, drives it toward Peralta. David recovers, and Spangenberg hustles back to the bag. Myers tags, and the Padres quickly have a 1-0 lead. 20th RBI of the year for Matt Kemp. 1-0 San Diego.
Oh, very nearly took off and got over the head of David Peralta out there in left field. Nice adjustment right at the end to get to the spot, make the leaping catch. Unfortunately, an easy walk of 90 feet that time for Will Myers to put the Padres on the board.
Justin Upton hitting 284 with 7 homers.
Chase Anderson right now in full damage control mode. He's already given up 1 run. He's only thrown 4 pitches. He's got a runner on base in the middle of the Padres lineup to deal with. Let's try to stop the bleeding right here. Limit the damage to 1 run.
Try and get a ground ball and get out of here in the top of the first. This is away there. Upton 1 for 7 with a double and a run scored in the series. He's got an RBI. He was hitless Thursday night, went 0 for 3 with a strikeout. Spangenberg bluffs down there at first and holds. 2-0 now on Justin Upton. Three balls and no strikes. Yangervis Solarte is on deck. That's out of play.
Green light on the 3-0 count, which is something you would certainly expect for Justin Upton, a guy who can put a charge on the ball. Hoping to get a cookie right down the middle of the plate there. Fouled that one off to the right side.
Three balls and one strike to Justin Upton. Chase Anderson faced the Padres earlier this year at Petco Park, April 15th. Got a no decision. 2 runs on 8 hits in 6 innings. A walk and 5 strikeouts in that ball game. High fly ball, shallow left. Peralta coming in, and he runs it down for the second out. That was the game that was tied 2-2 in the 8th inning when Upton homered off Randall Delgado with the Padres won 3-2. Take a look now at the Diamondbacks around their right-hander. It's our mid-first bank starting defense.
Diamondbacks will feature an outfield of Peralta in left, Pollock in center, Inciarte over in right field, Yasmani Tomas and Nick Ahmed on the left side of the infield with Chris Owings and Paul Goldschmidt on the right side. Jordan Pacheco doing the catching tonight for right-hander Chase Anderson.
Greg Gibson, the home plate umpire, went all the way out to the mound there, and he wanted to see the baseball. He threw it out. Little discussion there. That was just a moment ago. Now on Hervey Solarte. Spangenberg takes off, and he's in there. Corey Spangenberg has got good speed. That's his 3rd stolen base.
Chase Anderson a little too deliberate there on a pitch out. I mean, you want the runner to go. That's the whole idea of a pitch out. You think that runner is going to try to steal a base, so you don't want to do anything drastic to alter your motion, but you've got to get the ball to the catcher a lot quicker than Chase Anderson did right there.
Spangenberg now in scoring position for Solarte, who looks at ball 2. Now on Hervey Solarte, 294 with a pair of home runs. He's got 2 hits and 8 at-bats in the series so far. Switch hitter batting left-handed against Chase Anderson. And Solarte from the left-hand side this year batting .338. That's in there for a strike. It's 2-1.
Padres have a number of players that have great numbers with runners in scoring position. Solarte, runners in scoring position with 2 outs, has been really good.
Roll to first. Goldie has it. And Chase Anderson gets out of the first. But the Padres get a run. They take a 1-0 lead. Diamondbacks coming up. Brewers. They hit 4 homers here last night. In fact, since April 27th, Arizona leads the majors in batting average, on base, and slugging percentage. And they have a tall order tonight. Your Arizona Ford starting pitcher for the Padres, 28-year-old right-hander Tyson Ross. He was outstanding last season, an all-star, in fact, for the Padres, but he has struggled at times this year. Here's D-backs hitting coach Turner Ward.
He's probably one of the more underrated pitchers in the game. I mean, he's really got some, dominating fastball. With the Cashner also, who's the next day. But he's a fastball pitcher. And when you have pitchers, big league pitchers, pitching off the fastball with some really good secondary pitches, you're trying to eliminate those pitches.
Strike one to Ender Inciarte. Tyson Ross, a record of 1-3. The command has vanished. The Toronto Blue Jays' Aaron Sanchez is the only pitcher in all of baseball who has walked more batters this season than Tyson Ross. But he has struck out twice as many as he's walked this year, so it can still be pretty tough out there.
And even though Turner Ward said he pitches off his fastball, he will throw a boatload of sliders. Over 40% of his pitches this year have been that nasty slider we just saw bounce in the dirt right there.
Inciarte batting .311 on the year in the leadoff spot and getting the start in right field tonight. Mark Trumbo has the night off. There it is.
Yep. He commands his two-seam fastball a little better than his four-seam, which is kind of unusual, but you'll see a boatload of sliders from the big right-hander.
And he rings up Inciarte to open up the ball game. A 3-pitch strikeout for Tyson Ross, one away.
Ross not only has good velocity on that fastball, but this particular two-seam, a lot of comeback action. And if it's in the zone, it's up at the very top of the zone as Derek Norris bats it out of midair, flies the tag.
A.J. Pollock. A.J. now at .307 with a pair of homers. 2 hits last night, including his first home run since April 16th. Talked about the slider frequency with Tyson Ross. Last year he threw 276 more sliders than any other pitcher in baseball. And his season ended a few weeks early last year with a forearm strain, and there was the obvious speculation that all those sliders are causing a problem. This is bounced to Solarte at third. The lineup for Chip Hale's Arizona Diamondbacks tonight.
We've seen Inciarte at the top. He'll be out in right field tonight. A.J. Pollock in center field. Paul Goldschmidt making his way to the plate at first base. David Peralta in left field. Yasmani Tomas at third base with Chris Owens at second. Jordan Pacheco doing the catching and Nick Ahmed at short. All behind right-hander Chase Anderson.
Paul Goldschmidt, fourth in the National League in hitting at .352. He is second in the league in homers, RBIs, and OPS. And as we mentioned at the top of the show, Goldie has homered in 3 straight games for just the second time in his career. He did it back in May of 2013. He has never homered in 4 consecutive games. And he's ahead 2 balls and no strikes. And good numbers career against Tyson Ross, 5 for 16, including 2 homers. Darren Balsley, the Padres pitching coach, talking about all those sliders from Tyson Ross. Says he's not really worried about it. It's a 4-pitch walk to Goldie. Take a look at the Padres defensively tonight.
Justin Upton out in left field. Will Venable in center field. Matt Kemp over in right. Solarte and Amarista on the left side of the infield with Spangenberg and Myers on the right side. Derek Norris once again doing the catching for right-hander Tyson Ross.
So they take Trumbo out of the 2-hole. The Gold-Rumbo duo broken up tonight, and Goldie in his first at bat does not see anything to hit up there. And with 2 outs, Ross will work to David Peralta in the cleanup spot tonight. David hitting .281, 4 homers. He's driven in 13. His 4th home run of the season here last night. He's hit safely in 3 straight games. The 4 hits last in Thursday's game, a career high. It's their anniversary. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. 0-1. Here goes Goldie. Peralta fouls it off in the seats.
Goldie a perfect 6 for 6 in stolen base attempts this year. Of course, David Peralta, being a left-handed hitter, probably didn't realize Goldie was running over there, trying to protect the plate, fouled that ball out of play. Goldie has to go back to first.
Overshift is on against Peralta. Myers holding Goldschmidt aboard at first, and they'll throw over, and Goldie's hung up. And that ends the first inning. We head to the second in downtown Phoenix. The Diamondbacks trail the Padres 1-0.
Padres with a 1-0 lead as we head to the top half of the second. Paul Goldschmidt reached on a 4-pitch walk there and was trying to get himself into scoring position with 2 outs. Got caught leaning the wrong way. You saw just that little jab step to his right. Realized he couldn't make it back to the bag at first. Tried to get in the rundown, and ultimately Will Myers ran him down for the 3rd out of the inning.
And now Derek Norris, the Padres catcher, leads off the second against Chase Anderson. Breaking ball is in there for a strike. Norris hitting .306 with 2 homers. Already with 12 doubles this year. Only 3 players in all of baseball have more doubles than Derek Norris. It's that in the air to very shallow center, right behind the second base bag, in fact. And it's Nick Ahmed who has it for the first out. Our T-Mobile game-changing player, Will Venable, 11 games at Chase Field. He's a .500 hitter here. And he's had a miserable start to this season, but he got the start last night and had a big night, 3 for 5, a double shy of the cycle.
Yeah, I cheated him out of a base hit when I talked about him earlier. He homered in the second, tripled and scored in the 4th, and had an RBI single in the 7th.
This was the home run last night. 4 for 30 on the season going into Friday's game. But a big night for Venable, 3 for 5. In fact, the home run he hit was his 3rd of the year. He's only got 7 hits all season, but 3 of them are home runs. This is there. It's 2 balls and a strike. Chase Anderson, the key for him is always priority 1, fastball command. Spot that fastball for strikes, then work off that with a changeup with a curveball. He walked 3 in 5 innings in his first start this year, but since then he has really located well. He has walked a total of just 4 batters in his previous 4 starts while striking out 21. And those numbers will work for you. Three-two pitch to Will Venable. Base hit. Will Venable, boy, he has just come alive here in this series for San Diego. That's their 3rd hit.
Got the barrel on that one. Line drive right back up the middle of the field.
Number 5, Alexi Amarista.
Looks like Will Venable is trying to make some kind of a statement to earn his way back in the lineup on a more regular basis. And with Yonder Alonso going on the disabled list today, Will Myers will probably move into first base on a temporary basis, opening a hole for Will Venable to get more playing time.
Yonder Alonso on the 15-day DL today. Turned out to be a right shoulder bruise, so that's certainly good news considering how bad that injury looked here on Thursday. Alexi Amarista. Just under 190 on the year. 0 for 6 with a strikeout in the series so far. Oh, flare. Pollock coming in. And he's got it for out number 2.
We talked a lot about Chase Anderson and his arsenal out there on the mound. Here's how he holds the ball for his 4-seam fastball, upper left across the seams. The 2-seam fastball on the small part of the channel on the baseball. The changeup, very awkward looking grip. That's the circle change thrown off the middle finger and the ring finger. And in the curveball, he actually leads with the heel of his hand when he throws the curveball and really pulls down on those seams to get that over the top rotation.
Tyson Ross, the Padres pitcher. And Chase says he's probably more of a fly ball pitcher than a ground ball pitcher. He wants to become that guy who can get more ground balls when he needs them. So as a result, he has worked on so far this year, sharpening that 2-seam sinking fastball we just showed you. He's been throwing that 2-seamer inside to right-hand hitters more often, trying to generate some ground ball outs. Ross, a good athlete up there, 2 for 11 on the year. Once again, and we saw this all night last night, those Padre base runners, they take their lead, they take their secondary lead, and then they just dance around like Fred Astaire.
Happy feet. And this would be a horrendous time to attempt a stolen base with the pitcher at the plate. You'd have to be 110% sure you could make it if you're going to try to steal right now.
Mitch Riggin, our director, giving us a live look at Venable, who was just almost jumping up and down over there on the previous pitch. We'll keep an eye on him. While Ross, the pitcher, is up there with a count of 2 balls and no strikes. Yeah, I'll admit, just watching it is a little distracting. I imagine it is for the pitcher. Sometimes it's a little more exaggerated than others. There's a strike.
Some teams, or some players rather, do that to try to entice the pitcher into a balk, get him to buckle his knee or snap a throw over there to first base improperly, try to draw a balk.
Up to Ahmed at short. They go the short way for the force on Venable, and that's the inning. Bottom 2 coming up. Diamondbacks trail the Padres 1-0.
Night. This is one of 8 Arizona All-Stars nights here at Chase Field. Lots of little leaguers in the house, and you all know what that means. Snow cones for everybody if we win.
We have little leaguers all over the ballpark here as part of our Arizona All-Star Parade. They're here from Shadow Mountain Little League, Mesa North Central Little League, Havasu South Little League, Camelback East, Red Mountain American Little League, Four Peaks Little League, Kingman North, Chandler American, High Desert, Goodyear. They are all here today. The Diamondbacks contributed over $100,000 to Arizona All-Stars last year. And if you'd like to participate in the Arizona All-Star Parade and program, you can sign your league up today at dbacks.com/groups or call group sales 602-462-4600. It's a great night here. You get a free ticket to a Diamondback game, get to participate in the pregame parade, you get discounts for D-back Baseball Academy camps, and a whole lot more. So investigate for your league, the Arizona All-Stars program, dbacks.com/groups.
Yeah, it was quite a sight seeing all those little leaguers parading around the warning track, all of them wearing some variation of the Diamondbacks jersey, either the purple and teal or the Sedona red and black, all kinds of combinations.
A long parade, a lot of kids. Always great to see so many young people playing the game and participating in the program here with the Diamondbacks. This is what it looked like right by Chase Anderson. He was doing his Elvis imitation.
Stand back.
The King. He was actually just warming up. That was not an Elvis imitation, but it sure looked like one.
Or Pete Townsend, yeah. With the
there you go.
Yeah.
I'm surprised, actually. You should have done a Townsend. How about just a guitar smash after your performance with Dan Bickley's band last night?
Well, we're going to have another opportunity to do it because, as you know, the post-game concert featuring Bronson Arroyo with Whiskey's Quicker was rained out, so they rescheduled for the 22nd of May, so we're going to get a chance to do it again.
I know they had to cancel the fireworks, and the Bronson Arroyo appearance with Whiskey's Quicker had to be postponed. And I can tell you right now, Ralph Kelso took a lot of heat for that. And this one was really on Ralph. And, you know, he never misses with a Ralph Kelso spot-on weather forecast. So, Ralph, I hesitate to go to you again tonight. Are we going to be able to keep the roof open at least here?
You betcha.
Try to tone down the enthusiasm, Ralph, if you can. Peralta hits a ground ball into the shift. Solarte throws him out. That's the Ralph Kelso spot-on weather forecast. We thank Ralph for his participation.
Hey fans, anytime the D-backs score 5 runs or more, Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day at participating locations.
Yasmani Tomas hitting .320 with 7 RBIs. That .320 batting average, by the way, the second best among all major league rookies, behind only the Dodgers' Alex Guerrero, another Cuban player. Rolls it to third. Solarte. Well, he had 1-5-3 put out from the other side of the second base bag, and that from the more traditional spot for a third baseman. 2 up, 2 down in the second.
16, Chris Owings.
Brings up Chris Owings. Just a gorgeous night at the ballpark here in downtown Phoenix. Everything opened up. Bright sunny skies overhead. Ralph really came through today. CO 221 now with a pair of homers. Chris got his second home run of the season here last night. He's now hit in 3 straight games. And this was a big homer for Chris Owings with 2 outs in the second inning after an Aaron Hill walk.
The pitch selection only reminded me a little bit of Jay Bell in his playing days with the Diamondbacks.
Will Myers is going to have room here near the San Diego dugout. He's got it. Owings fouls out. And that's the end of the second inning. Diamondbacks trail the Padres 1-0. Our Coors Light Cold Hard Fact. These are two of the highest scoring teams in the National League so far this year. Top three are all in the NL West. No one said this was going to be easy. Will Myers making it look easy these days. He had a bunt single and scored a run to lead off the ball game. He's leading the major leagues in runs scored. Now at 294 on the year with 5 homers. He got number 5 last night.
I mean, we know how the Diamondbacks have been swinging the bats lately. Certainly the Dodgers have a high-powered offense. This Padres retooled team has proven they can score a boatload of runs. But do you think it has anything to do with the nicer weather on the West Coast early in the season?
Good call. Really good call. Except for Denver, of course. That's in there for a strike. Will Myers led off the 5th with that off Jeremy Hellickson last night.
No doubter over the Diamondbacks bullpen right down that left field line.
He was 4 for 5. The homer, a double after he was hitless in the series opener Thursday night. And the Rockies, by the way, were supposed to face Clayton Kershaw. That game was postponed. It's just a mess in Denver. Supposed to snow there tomorrow.
Your 2015 Rockies. The tarp is on the field.
They played 5 innings and banged the game last night. Dodgers ended up winning that one. That's a strike. 2-2 now. Myers, last night his first career big league start at first base, and he's back in there again tonight. As we mentioned, the Padres put Yonder Alonso on the 15-day DL with that right shoulder bruise. Abraham Almonte has been called up from AAA El Paso. That one got Jordan back there.
Right off that right shoulder. Looked like a glancing blow, which is very fortunate. He doesn't have that extension that sticks out there to cover the right shoulder.
Yeah, I was going to say that doesn't look like it protects him as well as it should.
Unfortunately, it looked like it hit padding, but that still stings.
Ouch, big.
Diamondbacks need to figure Will Myers out because he's not going anywhere. He's going to be a fixture in San Diego for a long time, and he's a .469 lifetime hitter against the Diamondbacks. 4 doubles, 5 base on balls, and he gets a snow cone on this catch.
That was the play that ended the bottom of the 2nd inning off the bat of Chris Owens. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Will Myers. Skies this one foul. Myers wound up as the Padres leadoff hitter almost by default. They really didn't have anyone else to fit the profile. But they told him, he said, just be the same hitter you've always been. And he's always been, you know, a 3rd, 4th, 5th guy in the lineup in Tampa Bay. So he says he just goes up there to try to do his thing, get good pitches early in the count with guys behind him in the lineup. And he has been very aggressive up there. Swing rate, in fact, that's a career high. So he's up there hacking. Looks at that in the dirt, and it's full 3-2. I mean, he only had, this is a leadoff guy, mind you. He's not a patient hitter up there. He only had 2 walks in all of April. 2. He says he would rather swing the bat than walk because he likes to take his chances up there. Swing of the bat there on 3-2. Pops it up first base side. Chris Owens is under it. One away. How about a Wetzel's pretzel? I have to bring some of those home for the wife. Cindy loves the Wetzel's pretzels with the Josh Colementor bobblehead.
Josh Colementor bobblehead doll's getting around tonight. Every shot we take, he's in.
Like one of those gnomes that shows up everywhere. Those things are good with the cinnamon on them. Oh.
And now that you've mentioned it, you better take some home.
Yeah, she won't let me in. Corey Spangenberg singled and stole the base his first time. Spangenberg, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say, talking about Myers in the leadoff spot, this is a guy that could conceivably fill that role as a leadoff guy. Alexi Amarista, another Padre that if he was swinging a bat better might find his way to the top of the order and slide Will Myers down into more of a run-producing, run-driving-in spot in the lineup.
Yes, Spangenberg, a former first-round pick. He belts that into center, but right at A.J. Pollock, still backing up, and he runs it down for the 2nd out here in the 3rd. Toughest ones are hit right at you, right?
Absolutely, and that ball was hit pretty hard. MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, is celebrating 13 years. Watch every out-of-market game live or on demand in true HD on over 400 mobile and connected devices. Highlights, live look-ins, a pitch tracking widget, and more. Blackout rules apply. Visit MLB.TV for details.
I don't know why that's so hard to say, but it just is.
Widget.
Pitch tracking widget. And Matt Kemp drove in the only run of the ball game so far. Sacrifice fly in the first. Chase Anderson now at 40 pitches, 25 for strikes. You see right there, Matt Kemp, 1 homer so far, and it's May 9th. Rolls that one to Ahmed at shortstop. Nice 1-2-3 inning for Chase Anderson, who's retired 5 in a row. D-backs trail at 1-0.
For birthdays in the big leagues, Prince Fielder, Brandon Webb, Aaron Harang, who started for the Phillies today, by the way, an all-time great, the late Tony Gwynn.
He would have been 55 years old today, and we honor his memory. 20 seasons in the big leagues, 8 batting titles, more than 3,100 career hits. Jordan Pacheco leads off the Diamondback third. How about Tony Gwynn, a lifetime batting average of .338 and one of the all-time great gentlemen. He is dearly missed.
Oh, you're absolutely true about that, and for me, the best hitter I ever caught behind. This guy, you want to talk about making adjustments to pitchers he had never seen before. It took him 1 at bat. He'd see your arm slot, he'd see the release point, he'd see all your pitches in an at bat, and by the second time he came up facing a new pitcher, he owned you.
And a pretty good basketball player at San Diego State as well. Jordan Pacheco, 241 with a homer. Lower third of the Diamondback order against Tyson Ross here in the bottom of the third. Padres with a 1-0 lead. Will Myers led off the game with a bunt single. Went to third on a Corey Spangenberg single. Matt Kemp drove in Myers with a sacrifice fly, and that's how we got here. 1-0 Padres. Roll to third. Solarte busy down there so far. That's his 4th put out of the ball game through 2 1/3. Brings up Nick Ahmed. Nick batting 143, trying to get it going offensively. He was not able to join the hit parade in Thursday's opener. Went 0 for 4 and had last night off. Up there against that big slider of Tyson Ross. I mentioned all those sliders that Ross throws. Darren Balsley, the Padres pitching coach, says as long as Ross is throwing close to 60% fastballs, both 4-seam and 2-seam, He's not worried about all the sliders because really that's his only breaking pitch. He doesn't throw a curveball. There's a changeup, but it's still kind of a project there. So Balsley admits, look, with the fastballs and the slider, Ross is basically a two-pitch pitcher right now. But there was that forearm strain last year, and everybody went, oh, you know, throws a lot of sliders. Maybe he's headed for, you know, a serious injury. But Padres say they're not worried about it.
Well, some guys' slider delivery is not as taxing on the arm as other guys. Well, Tyson Ross looks very comfortable throwing that slider.
Solarte again down there at third.
See the arsenal for Tyson Ross, the similar grip to Chase Anderson on the four-seam fastball, the sinker through the small part of the channel of the baseball, the changeup, a variation of that circle change, just like Chase Anderson. And that slider just kind of holds it off center a little bit, really tries to pull down with his middle finger on that seam and get that football spiral-like spin on the slider.
Chase Anderson. It's a very hard slider, and he throws it all the time. A pitch that generates a high number of swings and misses and some weak grounders. And it tends to be more of a 12-6 pitch. The movement on it more vertical than horizontal. That you see some from other guys.
And some of that has to do with his delivery. He's a big, tall guy out there, 6'5". He stands very tall on the rubber, tries to get that downward plane going. And when you do that with the slider, you get that downward movement like he had right there.
And you combine that with a more frequent two-seam sinking fastball, and this guy can be a handful. He's a big dude out there at 6'5", 225. He strikes out Chase Anderson for his second strikeout of the ball game, and he has faced the minimum through 3. He's got a 1-0 lead. 4th inning coming up. Sunday, May 24th, when the Diamondbacks take on the Chicago Cubs. What better way to spend Memorial Day weekend than at a D-backs game right here at Chase Field? Plus, the first 20,000 fans get a D-backs fedora courtesy of Gila River Casinos. For more information and to get your tickets, visit dbacks.com. It's a good-looking hat. Josh Colmenter was wearing that hat while he was talking to his bobblehead. Speaking of bobbleheads, the big heads are out of the pool today. Johnny Football out there. Will Ferrell and Hulk Hogan. Justin Upton leads off the San Diego 4th. He flied out his first time. Behind the bag at second. Shallow center. Ahmed drifts out there and collects it. That's 6 in a row retired by Chase Anderson. Brings up Yangervis Solarte.
Third baseman.
Solarte grounded out his first time. This is popped up. Nick Ahmed. Boy, he's covered a lot of ground here so far. Quickly 2 down. Boy, Chase Anderson has really bumped into a strange run of luck lately. He's been, for the most part, very good over his last 4 starts. The ERA in those starts is under 3, in fact, but he's winless. And in fact, so are the Diamondbacks. Some of that has to do with run support. The D-backs have scored a total of just 7 runs over Chase's last 4 starts, and they trail here 1-0.
Yeah, on the season, he's left the ball game with the score tied 4 times, 3-3, 2-2, 1-1, and 0-0. Speaks to the lack of run support that he's had when he's been on the mound.
Derek Norris, the catcher. He's got 3 pitches, 2 outs so far in the 4th, but he's behind Norris 1-0. Norris popped out his first time. This is a guy that's had a hot bat lately, hitting better than .340 over his last 19 games. That's in the seats and out of play. Norris becomes something of a power hitter here. Previous 2 seasons in Oakland, he had a slugging percentage that was just a smidge over 400, 403, 409 last couple of years. But this season, his first with San Diego, he is slugging better than 470. And a whole bunch of doubles.
Just glad to be playing in a ballpark where you can actually flush the toilet.
I was going to say, or the dugout isn't a toilet, one or the other, as that problem continues. Boy, that Colementor bobble really does get around.
Yes, he does.
It's a good looking bobblehead. A ball and 2 strikes on Derek Norris. Reaches down and drops it into center. Here comes AJ, and he won't get there. It's a base hit. The 4th hit for the Padres.
Center fielder, Will Venable.
Unfairness of Major League Baseball. That's a really good curveball, dropping down below the knees on the outside corner. An awkward swing by Norris, hit it off the end of the bat and finds grass out there in center field for a base hit.
Here's a guy that's quickly become dangerous, Will Venable. 3 hits last night, singled in his first at bat here tonight. There's a strike, 0-1.
For me on Will Venable, you've got to really establish that fastball inside. Good first pitch in this sequence from Chase Anderson. Fastball at the knees on the inside corner. When Venable gets his arms extended and is locked in the way he is right now, that's when he's at his most dangerous. Good changeup off the plate away.
Pitch number 50 from Chase Anderson, 34 for strikes so far. Goldie holding Norris on the bag at first. This is on the 0-2.
Well, that's a beautiful thing right there. Got the first pitch fastball in the inside corner for a strike. Got him to chase a changeup out of the strike zone and then came back with another changeup a little farther out of the strike zone. Curveball coming.
He did not go. Jim Joyce, the crew chief, down there at third. And the count is even, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Chase that breaking ball in the dirt. That's a nice job there by Greg Gibson, the home plate umpire. 2 outs, a 2-strike pitch in the dirt. There was some question as to whether he swung or not, but the ball's rolling around there around home plate. He very quickly asked Jim Joyce down at third base, did he go?
Norris goes off with a pitch. The throw from Pacheco is not in time of the Padres catcher. as his first stolen base of the year. They continue to be very aggressive here in this series on the bases.
Right, sometimes the jump is so big as a catcher, you really have to hurry your throw. You could see Jordan Pacheco's momentum was kind of carrying him toward that third base dugout. Just couldn't get much on it, and that one took a big bite out of Nick Ahmed's wrist and then the underside of his cap.
In the meantime, Chase Anderson has gone full on Venable, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Amarista would be next. Pitcher spot behind him. Ball 4. First walk issued by Chase Anderson tonight. And he'll work to Alexi Amarista with 2 on and 2 out.
Understandably working carefully to Venable there, especially after the Norris stolen base.
I wonder about that. I know you want to have the guy in scoring position, but wouldn't you rather have Venable up there than Amarista?
I would think so right now. The way we've seen Will Venable swing the bat the last 2 days, I want to give him every opportunity to turn it loose.
And Amarista did have a 3-hit day Wednesday for the Padres in San Francisco, but that's been kind of an outlier here. Even with that 3-hit game, he's batting only 140 over the last 2 weeks. He flied out his first time tonight. Chase overthrew that one. It's ball 1, and Jordan Pacheco, I think, thought the same thing here. Chase coming off what we pretty much all agree was the best performance of his big league career. 6 innings of a 2-hit ball at Dodger Stadium Sunday. 1 walk, he had 7 strikeouts, and he really dictated the pace of the game out there. A lot of fastballs early, and he was clearly in command. A lot of it was body language, and you got the sense that he was in control. He was dictating pace, he was dictating rhythm, attacking the Dodger hitters. Regroup here with 2 on and 2 out against Amarista.
We've heard Chip Hale talk about that a lot. Controlling the count, putting the hitter on the defensive either with strike 1 or throw 1 strike in the first 2 pitches. But when you start falling behind 1-0, 2-0, 3-1, you're going to get more aggressive swings from the offensive player. In that game against LA, Chase was controlling the count every at bat.
Yeah, he was the guy on the offensive as opposed to the Dodger hitters. Buzzes the tower there with Amarista. 2 balls and a strike down.
Nothing wrong with this once in a while either for Chase Anderson. If you're a guy that relies a lot on that off-speed pitch fading away from the lefties, you want to make sure that they're not comfortable diving out there across the plate and taking that changeup away. Just run one under their chin every now and again. Keep them honest.
Gets the fly ball to center. Easy play for AJ. And that takes care of the Padres here in the 4th. What's next? Brought to you by CenturyLink. Goldie goes for 4 straight games with a home run. He's coming up. Valley Honda dealer, where you'll get more standard features for less money. CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And by Mix One, great taste, no face, available at local retailers. Bottom four here on a gorgeous Saturday evening in downtown Phoenix. Tyson Ross and the Padres lead the Diamondbacks 1-0, but the top of the order is coming up for Arizona. And keep this in mind with Ender Inciarte and A.J. Pollock batting 1 and 2 tonight. Opposing base runners have stolen 10 bases on Tyson Ross already this year and been caught only 1 time. So if you can get these top 2 guys on there, you might be able to do some things on the bases for the Diamondbacks.
And one thing that could really help get a couple guys on base is to be a little more patient against Tyson Ross. We mentioned his high walk total. First time through the Diamondbacks lineup, only 1 batter saw more than 4 pitches. That was David Peralta, and his grinding at bat, he saw 7. This is a guy that will put runners on base if you're patient with it.
There is only 1 pitcher in all of baseball, the Blue Jays' Aaron Sanchez, who has walked more batters this year. Inciarte shoots it out to left. Interesting route there by Justin Upton, but he tracks it down just shy of the wall. Is that what they call the banana route?
That's pretty much a banana route there, yeah. It started toward the gap in left center, then backpedaled and ends up turning facing the foul line as he ultimately made the catch.
Well, Tyson Ross is now retired 7 straight. Here's A.J. Pollock, who grounded out his first time. And he only saw 3 pitches in his first at bat. A little more patience from the Diamondbacks against a guy who will walk opposing hitters. Bud Black was asked about that before the ball game. He said, well, it's a little variable command with his fastball and slider, which I thought was a very polite way to put it.
Very polite way to put it.
The command is variable, which is polite for lousy or inconsistent, I guess. But so far, so good for Ross here. He's ahead on A.J. 0-2.
Tyson Ross had to start against the Cubs earlier this year. 5 2/3 innings pitched through 115 deliveries to get through 5 2/3. 16 base hits and walked 5 in that game. But somehow managed to only give up 3 runs in his 5 2/3 innings pitched.
Well, here's another thing with Tyson Ross. 1, 2, 3. He's got 5 ground ball outs through 3 1/3. And we showed you the pitch grips, and we talked about how often he throws that slider, which can be at times a ground ball pitch for him. And he strikes out A.J. But the big difference this year with Tyson Ross versus last year is that 2-seam sinking fastball. He's using it a lot more than he did last year, and with that increased sinker usage, his ground ball rate is up to nearly 59%, which makes Tyson Ross one of the top 10 ground ball pitchers right now in all of baseball. Here's Goldie. Shoots it out to right field. Matt Kemp won't get there. Kemp falls down. Goldie will stop at first. Good recovery there, at least by Matt Kemp, to keep Goldschmidt on first base with a 2-out single. That's the Diamondbacks' first hit tonight.
Talked about the banana route by Justin Upton in left field. I think Matt Kemp stepped on the banana peel going after this one. Well, it looked like he thought he could make a play on it. Kind of slipped a little bit, then changed directions right at the very end of the play. Fortunately for Kemp, he was able to knock it down. It appeared with his forearm or his wrist. Well, actually hit the little finger of his glove. What an awkward play, but able to hold Goldie to a single.
He's at first with 2 outs for David Peralta, who grounded out his first time. Remember last time Goldie was on first after a first inning walk, he got himself picked off. Shift is on for Peralta, and that's in there for a strike.
I wonder what those little cars were in the administrative lot today. They drive those in the parade, right?
The Shriners.
Yeah. Little go-karts were parked outside the ballpark today.
They drive go-karts?
Yeah. Never seen the Shriners in a parade? They weave in and out, figure eights, all kinds of stuff. And my buddy Josh Coleman right there with them.
How do those hats stay on in the go-karts when they're driving? That's a question. They don't appear to have any kind of straps on them or anything. Coming inside on Peralta here on 0-2. Well, Peralta forcing his way into that lineup every day, especially against this run of right-hand starting pitchers the Diamondbacks have faced. Over his last 9 games, David hitting an even .400, 4 doubles and a couple of home runs. He has scored 8 runs in his last 9 games. Batting cleanup tonight. Somebody's always got to sit. Tonight it's Mark Trumbo, that 4-man Diamondback outfield. Here's Mark. The hammer down on the end of the bench, as Chip Hale likes to say. That's the one upside. You can only play 3 of the outfielders, but you've got that one in reserve for an at-bat late in the ballgame. Another 1-2 pitch. A little flare out to left, and it drops in front of Upton and gets behind him. Goldie's on the run. It rolls all the way to the wall. He will score, and Peralta's in at third. Goldie saw the ball behind Justin Upton, and he kicked it into overdrive. And we are tied at 1.
Nice defensive swing there. Just kind of fought that ball off into left field. Upton, after seeing Matt Kemp try to tackle the ball in right field, thought that looked like fun, so he tries to do it in left field.
They scored a triple and an RBI for Peralta.
Boy, and Goldie, we've documented this several times already this year. He runs hard with 2 outs and that ball put in play. He's not assuming they're going to catch it or make a play. He runs as hard as he can until Andy Green tells him to stop.
And now he's at third base, David Peralta, has the go-ahead run with the Yasmani Tomas up there. I don't know how Goldie runs so well, because his knees, they don't ever... I mean, you think about how A.J. Pollock runs. His knees are almost at waist level. Goldie's knees and feet barely get off the ground.
He can run, though, boy.
He sure can.
Surprisingly fast, especially once he gets up ahead of steam.
1-0 on Tomas.
The Diamondbacks have been outstanding with their 2-out hits lately.
Watch Paul Goldschmidt now. Look at his knees. He gets into full speed right here. I mean, his feet barely leave the ground, it seems like. But he sure can run the bases.
You can't accelerate if your feet are in the air. He wants to keep them on the ground.
50 pitches now for Tyson Ross, 34 for strikes. We saw the banana route off the ball that Inciarte hit to lead off the inning that Justin Upton took. That one got behind him, and it cost the Padres a run. But they scored a triple for Peralta. That's David's first triple this year. And it's 1-2 on Yasmani Tomas with 2 outs, and Peralta at third. Tomas has been a run producer last 8 games. He's got 7 RBIs. He's hitting better than .360 over that span. In fact, all of Tomas's RBIs this year have come in the last 8 games. Lays off that one. It's even 2-2.
Hey fans, when the D-backs win, you win at Papa John's. The day after every Diamondbacks win, you get 50% off your regular menu price online order at Papa John's. Enter promo code D-backs50 at papajohns.com.
Padres have 4 hits. They have stranded 4 base runners. The Diamondbacks with 2 hits, both coming in the last 2 at bats. The Goldschmidt single, the Peralta triple. And we'll see if Tomas can make it 3 in a row here, driving the go-ahead run. But he looks at strike 3. Third strikeout for Tyson Ross. He strands Peralta at third, but the Diamondbacks get the triple. And after 4, we're tied up 1-1 at Chase Field.
Tyson Ross, we talked about it earlier. Chase Anderson is just a shade over 6 feet. They list him at 6'1". Tyson Ross is 6'5", but their deliveries and their stride are almost exactly the same. At times, Ross is even a little bit shorter than Chase Anderson. Ross tries to take full advantage of that height, stay very upright, very tall on the rubber. You can see how much higher he is in his delivery than Chase Anderson as that front leg comes down in almost identical spots.
Yeah, Chase Anderson lists at 6'1", 195. Tyson Ross 6'5", 225.
And that can be problematic for a pitcher when the guy you're facing on a given night doesn't land in the same place you do, or you end up landing on the side of his landing hole out there. It can really create some problems.
Well, it really does put a pretty big divot in that pitcher's mound. Tyson Ross lifts it pretty deep to center field. A.J. Pollock has room, though. He's got it right in front of the warning track for a line out number 1. Well, Chase Anderson has really developed something of a home field advantage. He does, after all, share a name with his home ballpark, which is kind of nice. Chase here at Chase. 4-2 over his last 10 starts at home. 15 career starts at Chase Field. 7-4, a 3.68 ERA. Much better here than on the road. The dangerous Will Myers, a bunt single and scored a run in the first inning. He's 1 for 2. By Glenn Hoffman at third. There's the Cole Mentor bobbleheader again, just making its way around the ballpark. Talked about this last night about how Will Myers says he's always trying to make sure that top hand gets to the ball, because we always hear the term load. Bob, a guy loads up with his bat. Well, Myers says he loads his bat behind his head, which I guess you don't see a whole lot of right there. So he's got to get that top hand around, he says, and get it to the baseball.
Well, you can clearly see Will Myers, one of those guys, doesn't use any batting gloves. He's got several of his fingers taped up from the blisters and the calluses that he gets from not using batting gloves. But some guys just, they like the feel. You know, they want to feel the wood of the bat, feel the pine tar on their hands, know that they've got a good solid grip on that bat before they swing it.
One and two. Yeah, Myers played for Joe Madden in Tampa Bay, of course, and Madden, who is now managing the Cubs and will play against Myers this year in the National League, said when you watch him take batting practice, the ball just comes flying off the bat. That's a fair ball. Ender Inciarte picks it up, and Myers flies in a second. It gets away from Ahmed and rolls into left field, and now Myers gets an extra 90 feet. Well, Will Myers, 4 hits last night. He's 2 for 3 tonight.
Just inside the bag down there at first base. With that cannon of an arm, thought he had a chance to get Myers at second base. Unfortunately, the throw hits him in the back and skitters out into shallow left field.
They score that, a double and E9 on the throw from Inciarte, puts Myers at third. So he's at third with 1 out for Corey Spangenberg, who's 1 for 2. Diamondback infield comes in, toes just about on the grass. Tomas even with a bag at third. Nice block by Pacheco there. Myers just has a knack for getting on base. He's leading the majors in runs scored, as we mentioned. He's already scored once tonight, and he's standing at third again. 1-1.
Oh my! What a play!
Didn't spill a drop.
Didn't spill a drop. Look at this. Don't worry, honey, I've got it. Yeah, I think that's deserving of a contract. Saved the little lady right there and didn't spill a drop of his beverage.
Anderson's ahead 1-2. Let's make this our Chaz Roberts air conditioning cool play of the game.
It doesn't get much cooler than that. I mean, talk about instant respect. That young man there to his right says, wow.
The other guy had his eyes closed. Now he's kind of griping about it. That guy, cool as a cucumber, boy.
Yeah,
thumbs
baby.
up. Our Chaz Roberts air conditioning cool play of the game. 1-2 on Spangenberg with Myers at third. Strike three. First strikeout tonight for Chase Anderson. That's a big one. 2 down in the fifth.
Right fielder, Matt Kemp.
And he'll work to Matt Kemp.
When a pitcher relies so heavily on a changeup and an occasional curveball, every now and then you can sneak a fastball by a hitter in a 2-strike count because he's expecting your best delivery, which for Chase Anderson is usually that changeup.
And look where he put that pitch, too. We talk about spotting that fastball in and away the fastball command. That was a textbook example. Here's Kemp now. Rolls it to shortstop on the first pitch. On that has it. And they strand Myers at third. Good job there by Chase Anderson to keep this a 1-1 ball game. Presented by Cox Communications is set to take you to a Diamondbacks game. Just stop by this month's participating Cox Solutions store in Casa Grande and you can enter to win 2 seats on the Fan Express bus to the game here June 6th against the Mets. You can meet the Mets. Registration ends May 25th. More info at foxsportsarizona.com. That's our group that's here today, BB. They took the Fox Sports Arizona Fan Express in from Tempe Marketplace. Solarte, top shelf. And he throws out Chris Owings to open up the Arizona fifth. He has been busy down there. We talked about all the ground balls that Tyson Ross generates, and Solarte, it seems, has got almost all of them.
And even with the base down there, just in case Chris Owings decided to try to bunt for a base hit, had to go up the ladder. He made some nice defensive plays.
That's his 6th putout already at third, through 4 1/3 for Yangervis Solarte. Brings up the catcher Jordan Pacheco. Tyson Ross, a ground ball rate of 59%, top 10 in all of baseball. There's a strike, 0-1. Base hit to Jordan. Knocks it into left. A 1-out single. Third hit tonight for the Diamondbacks. You know, every time, Bob, the Diamondbacks have won a game this year, and they're 13-15 coming in, it's, you know, been the types of games we've seen throughout the week where they score, you know, 10, 11, 12 runs. They haven't really won this year, you know, a 2-1 game, a 3-2 game, a pitcher's duel type of ball game.
Well, this one is starting to shape up like one of those ball games you're talking about. 1-1 here in the bottom of the fifth, and base runners are tough to come by for both teams.
You got to do the little things right to win those ball games, and it didn't quite go that way for Chip Hale's club here last night. He was none too pleased with his ball club after the game last night.
Well, Chip, he doesn't mind if the other team plays better than you and beats you on a given night, but when he feels like the Diamondbacks made mistakes to help beat themselves, he gets a little burr under his saddle.
Yeah, I think when Chris Owings couldn't get that bunt down in the 6th inning after, you know, Goldie and Peralta, the back-to-back homers to lead it off in that 6th inning. Then Tomas walked, Hill walked. Owings went up there, could not get a bunt down. They got Tomas, the lead runner, at third. I think that really rubbed him the wrong way.
Come on, hang it. Hang it right here.
1-1 to Ahmed.
Sounded like the voice of Turner Ward suggesting that Tyson Ross hang it right here. He did hang it, but it was so high above the strike zone, Nick Ahmed didn't even swing at it.
Who was the greatest bench jockey you ever played with?
There were some really, really good ones when I first started playing in the big leagues.
I bet things got pretty colorful back then.
You know what? Dwayne Kuiper was a great producer of bench jockeys. He would tell you what to say. He wasn't necessarily the guy yelling out to the players on the field, but he would suggest things to you to say.
Sort of either a comedy writer or a bench ventriloquist.
Which made us dummies, yeah.
2-2 on Nick Ahmed. Pacheco, the runner at first, 1 out. And that one, Will Myers, what a play! Just his second major league start at first base, and somehow he snagged that one and took a base hit away from Nick Ahmed.
Whoa, full extension to take a base hit away right there.
And the thing you forget about Will Myers, when he came up in the Royals system, he was a catcher. He started out as a catcher, corner outfielder. Now he's a center fielder. Suddenly now he finds himself at first base. He's a good athlete out there.
Yeah, he's a really good athlete. Good instincts on the field.
Pacheco moves up to second now. 2 outs for Chase Anderson, the pitcher. Chase struck out his first time up there. Just trying to knock one through the infield somehow and get Pacheco home from second. Chase is ahead in the count now. 2 balls and 1 strike. See how much patience he has up there. We've talked about how Ross likes to walk people. That variable command, as Bud Black put it. It can come and go from time to time. Two and two. Josh Coleman to bobblehead, enjoying some prime rib. That's always good to see. Saturday night at the ballpark. Where else would you rather be? Chase Anderson knocks it into center. Andy Green will wave Pacheco home, and it's 2-1 Diamondbacks. How about that for a big 2-out RBI single from Chase at Chase? enormous hit in the ball game.
That's a tremendous hit in the ball game. That's the slider from Tyson Ross, and he did hang it. Chase Anderson banged it. Look at that, right back up the middle. A huge hole up the middle of the field, and Jordan Pacheco able to motor around and score the go-ahead run.
First career RBI for Chase Anderson. Well done. 2-1 D-backs, and now the top of the order comes up. It's Ender and Ciarte. Ender has struck out and flat out 0 for 2.
And Will Venable coming in doesn't field it cleanly. Had to re-grip the ball, take a couple of extra crow hops before unleashing that throw. I think Pacheco was going to score anyway, but that made it a sure thing.
Well, Ender in there in the leadoff spot tonight. Mark Trumbo has the night off, and Ciarte is playing right field. And he's 5 for 10 career against Tyson Ross coming into the ball game. Ender and Ciarte. One and two. Boy, that Momentor bobblehead making a lot of friends.
Yeah. That's one potato skin for him.
That's a great seat right there. You're right on the edge of the railing there. You can see the whole field. The TGA Fridays right out there behind Justin Upton and left. You got snacks, you got drinks, bobbleheads, the whole thing. That's in there for a strike. He rings up in Ciarte. 4th strikeout for Tyson Ross. But Chase Anderson, a 2-out single, his first career RBI. He's given himself a 2-1 lead after 5. Roof and panels open on an absolutely gorgeous Saturday night in downtown Phoenix, Arizona. The Diamondbacks now lead the Padres 2-1. Chase Anderson back out there for the top of the 6th inning. And he will work to Justin Upton, Jan Hervey, Solarte, and Derek Norris. 4, 5, and 6 for San Diego. Hey fans, bring the whole family to the ballpark this summer with the D-backs value pack. Only $19. You'll get a ticket to the game, a Subway sandwich, a Pepsi, and a coupon for a free cookie. This value pack is available for any game this year, so just take your choice. You can buy it right now online at dbacks.com/value, and we'll see you down here at Chase Field. Justin Upton 0 for 2. He leads off the San Diego 6th. Upton 279 and 7 homers. How about this one? The Padres have not had an outfielder hit at least 25 home runs in a season since Bubba Trammell in 2001.
Bubba Trammell, wow.
And Justin Upton, who they went out and got in the final year of his contract, 4 seasons with at least 25 homers, including each of the last 2. He belted 27 and 29. So they got Upton, they got Kemp. And AJ Preller, the new GM, looking for some power from the outfield. He went out and got it. Good pitch there from Chase. It's even 2-2. I really like that pitch right there from Anderson in a hitter's count. 2-1 right there. Filthy. Boy, he has just looked his last 2 starts, Bob, and let's just talk about tonight here. He has looked terrific.
Yeah, pitching with a lot of confidence. He's managed to avoid major trouble in that first inning. Only 1 run scored after a leadoff base hit, a base hit by Spangenberg. But yeah, he started to hit his spots with that fastball, and as we talked about, that makes his changeup and his curveball that much better. Just dotting the corner at the knees all night long.
He's given up only 5 hits. 1 walk and 2 strikeouts so far. Chase at 77 pitches, 49 for strikes. Solarte 0 for 2. 2 hits and 10 at bats in the series so far on Hervey Solarte.
Well, the way Chase Anderson pitched, or is pitching rather, shouldn't be a surprise. The fact that he got an RBI base hit is shocking.
With 2 outs to take the lead 2-1. That was one of the plays of the game so far.
1 for 34 as a hitter last season. 0 for 8 this season before that RBI base hit into center field.
Well, he was due, that's all.
Boy, was he.
Easy fly for Peralta in left field. 2 down.
Well, we mentioned before that Chase Anderson in 4 of his 5 starts this season left the ball game with the score tied. He was determined not to let that happen today.
80 pitches, 51 for strikes.
Broke the tie himself.
How about that? Since April 17th, the Diamondbacks starting pitchers a 3.23 ERA. Ruby De La Rosa. Everybody, with the exception of Jeremy Hellickson, has looked terrific this last turn through the rotation. It really started with Chase Anderson last Sunday at Dodger Stadium. Let's see if they can get Jeremy back on track. Derek Norris now singled and stole the bases last time up, 1 for 2. Another fly ball out there to very, very shallow left. In fact, Nick Ahmed will drift out there. A little pop up to shortstop, and Chase Anderson's retired 5 in a row. All you can eat, baby. Now that's where we need to do a game from.
Post-game show, a lot we will have to talk about. But Brandon, this has become a pitcher's duel, but Chase Anderson has done something to help himself out.
Absolutely. He's done a great job pitching-wise. He's hitting his locations, throwing strikes, but put himself ahead with his first RBI single.
It was fun to watch. More coming up, of course, on the post-game show. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
We'll look forward to that. Thank you, Jody. With the birthday boy, Brandon Webb. Happy birthday to Webby. Chase at Chase. He's got a 2-1 lead as A.J. Pollock leads off the Diamondbacks 6th against Tyson Ross. Pollock, Goldie, Peralta 2, 3, and 4. Swinging bunt out in front of home plate. Norris is on it, and he throws him out. Brings up Paul Goldschmidt. He has homered in 3 straight games for the 2nd time in his career. Did it previously back in May of 2013, and he has never homered in 4 in a row. Singled and scored his last time up. He walked back in the first. So Goldie has now reached base safely in 21 straight games against the Padres, and he's hit .350 over that span. Talked about this at the top of the show. Goldie in his last 10 games. Last 10 games, he's raised his batting average for the season by more than 80 points. You go back to April 26th, that weekend series here against the Pirates. He was batting .270 for the year. He was at .352 going into tonight's game. A ball and 2 strikes. Now to .358. A walk and a single so far.
We mentioned the first game of the doubleheader in Colorado. He drew a walk and then struck out 4 times and grounded out to third base. And you wondered if, oh boy, maybe Goldie's hit that part of the season where he needs a day off. He didn't look particularly good at the plate in game 1, but regrouped in the half hour between game 1 and game 2, and he's been red hot ever since.
Yeah, it's amazing. A .470 batting average over his last 10 games, and he's got that 4 strikeout game in there. The Goldie hat hit a home run for me. That was one of the great giveaway items we had just a couple of weeks ago.
Well, if he's going to hit a home run against Tyson Ross, he's going to have to go down and get it. Everything down, 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 down and away.
Look at that Fox tracks right there, bottom right. 80 pitches for Ross, 54 for strikes. They set up down and away again, and Goldie's aboard for the 3rd time tonight. Goldie the last 3 games. A home run. This was at Coors. Another home run on Throwback Thursday off to Spanier, and then last night that one off James Shields. The Diamondbacks, who have homered in 4 consecutive games. So far, Goldie 2 walks and a single in 3 plate appearances. David Peralta, the RBI triple his last time up. David's hit safely in 4 straight games now. Shoots it the other way, but it's in the seats over the Diamondback bullpen down there.
Even a foul ball like that, if you're Bud Black, makes you think about reconsidering the pull shift on David Peralta. Now, I would say when he hits a ball on the ground, it usually is to the right side of the infield, but David has shown a real ability to drive that ball out to left field.
That's what he did in his last at bat, the triple that got behind Justin Upton, scored Goldie from first. He did not go Jim Joyce down at third. 1-1. Goldie takes off, but Peralta fouls it away. 1-2 now. Peralta, talking about hitting cleanup behind Paul Goldschmidt, said that because Goldie's a star, one of those guys who makes the pitcher work, throw a lot of pitches, and we've certainly seen that. He's walked twice tonight. That benefits David because he's on deck. He can see everything the pitcher has out there. Lays off that one. He's even 2-2. You mentioned, Bob, Peralta going the other way to left field. This was the triple in the fourth.
Yeah, pitch up and out over the plate, stayed right on it, drove it out to left field. Well, as far as the shift is concerned in the infield, and it's based on a long track record and a lot of advanced scouting and video work. And as I said, David usually hits the ball to the right side when he pulls it, hits it on the ground to the right side, but in the air, as you can see, Will Myers, or rather Will Venable in center field, shading over toward left center.
Goldie takes off again. And it is bounced. Spangenberg smothers it. Peralta reaches. Goldie's in at third. It was by Myers at first. Spangenberg did a terrific job to get over there behind the first baseman, kept it from going into right field. No chance to get Peralta. Goldie running off with a pitch. Makes it all the way into third base.
Oxygen. Just kind of ticked off the glove of Corey Spangenberg. By the time he was able to recover, Goldie was already sliding into third base.
David Peralta, his second hit tonight. He's 2 for 3. So the Diamondbacks have runners on the corners. 1 out for Yasmani Tomas. Tomas has grounded out and struck out looking 0 for 2. There goes Peralta. He's in there. First stolen base of the year for David Peralta. Second and third, 1 out for the Diamondbacks.
Well, you mentioned Tyson Ross has been a victim of stolen bases all season long. Has that high leg kick. Likes to use the full leg kick even with runners on base. Gives guys tremendous jumps.
Opposing base runners coming into the ball game had stolen 10 bases on Tyson Ross this season and been caught only 1 time. Infield comes in for the Padres. Tomas swing and a miss. 1-1. There you go. He is very easy to run on. That's in there for a strike. 1-2 now. You got to think Spangenberg at second base has to be on his toes there, in on the grass, because that's exactly where Tomas usually hits the ball. Called strike 3. Tomas strikes out looking for the second time in a row. That's 5 strikeouts for Ross.
A lot of movement on that two-seamer. I don't know if it got all the way back to the corner or not. Garrett Norris does a nice job of getting outside that two-seam fastball and receiving it as his glove was moving back toward the middle of the plate.
6 strikeouts for Ross. 2 down now for Owings. CO 0 for 2. He popped out and grounded out. He's got Goldie at third, Peralta at second. Pops it up behind the shortstop. Amarista's out there. Upton calls him off, and the Diamondbacks threaten but can't get a run across. They strand runners on second and third, but they lead it 2-1 as we go to the 7th here at Chase.
Welcome back to Chase Field. I'm Kate Longworth. Prior to the game, I had the opportunity to talk with umpire Marvin Hudson about some of the great events UPS Cares is involved with in charity events and giving back to children in the community. I also had a chance to ask him about some of the new elements in the game. He explained to me that at first he wasn't a fan of replays. He joked that, like all of us, he wants to be right and doesn't want evidence out there to prove otherwise. But he said now he is a fan of it. He's come around, but always he's been a fan of replays when it comes to home runs here at Chase Field. He said with the lines out in center field, it's very hard for him at different vantage points to call if it's a home run or not, because it's varying distances out there and he can't really see the yellow lines. So he said when he comes to Chase Field, he's always been a fan of having a replay out there to help him with those calls.
Well, Marvin Hudson was the umpire that signaled home run on a ball in the left field corner. It's tough with those chain link fences that are on the walls of either bullpen, plus the one that's out there in right field, and sometimes the umpires need a little help.
I just realized that half of this umpiring crew ejected me from a game when I was a manager. Marvin Hudson got me once, and Greg Gibson got me my first time.
50% rate out there for you. Venable has singled and walked. A roller up the first base line that Goldie takes care of. 6 in a row retired by Chase Anderson.
Shortstop, Alexi Amarista.
Cliff Pennington has taken over at third base for Yasmani Tomas. Amarista, the 8-hole hitter, is up now for the Padres. Pitcher spot is due up next. Dale Thayer is busy in the bullpen. And Abraham Almonte was just called up from the minors today. He's in the on-deck circle. Pennington has room here. And he's got it. Well, the defensive change for Chip Hale pays immediate dividends. Quickly 2 outs in the 7th.
He never takes his eye off that ball, even though he knows he's getting close to that barrier over there. Nice job staying with it. And the skipper likes that an awful lot.
Well, Almonte was in the on-deck circle. He has been recalled now with 2 outs and nobody on, and Will Middlebrooks will hit for Tyson Ross. So that's going to be it for Ross,
number 11, Will Middlebrooks,
who worked 6 innings. Gave up 2 runs on 5 hits, walked 2, and had 6 strikeouts. Here comes Mike Harkey. Middlebrooks is the guy they brought in from Boston to play third base, and his bat has vanished. He's at 191. Sanderson Ford bullpen gets busy. Randall Delgado will start throwing. Middlebrooks really struggling at the plate right now. He's in a 2 for 32 slump in his last 12 games. 191 on the year, which is what he hit last season for the Red Sox. And he'll take the at bat with 2 outs and nobody on in the 7th, hitting for Ross, the pitcher. Will Middlebrooks, 191 and 3 homers, does have some power. Fastball misses. It's 1-0. Middlebrooks trying to find some footing again in San Diego after a disastrous decline in Boston last year. He went through a calf strain and joint damage in his right hand after he was hit by a pitch. Broke a finger. He just could never get healthy. 2-1. Played only 63 games last year. Was traded to the Padres last December for Ryan Hannigan, the catcher. Shift is on for the Diamondbacks. 3 infielders on the left-hand side. Fastball right by him there. 2-2. And now with 2 strikes, you see Chris Owings in the middle of your screen there move away from the shift back to his normal position at second base. Diamondbacks will shift not only hitter to hitter but count to count. This is away. It's full 3-2. Myers is on deck. That one bounces away from Pacheco. And Middlebrooks is aboard with a 2-out walk for Myers. That's the second walk issued by Chase Anderson.
First baseman Will Myers.
In a 1-run ball game, obviously you never like to walk anybody, but especially leading off the inning or with 2 outs in the inning. But now facing Will Myers, you got to forget that walk, hold the runner close, but forget the walk and attack this hitter right here. Make good quality pitches to Will Myers.
Myers 2 for 3 tonight after he was 4 for 5 last night. Singled and scored in the first. It was a bunt single right at Tomas at third. Doubled his last time up.
And just watching his swing in this series, Will Myers appears to be extremely quick on the inside part of the plate and even off the plate inside. And with that in mind, Jordan Pacheco sets up away.
First pitch swinging, drives it to right center. A.J. Pollock. And Chase Anderson strands the 2-out walk. He's got a 2-1 lead as we stretch here in downtown Phoenix. Our Gila River game summary as we start the bottom of the 7th inning. Diamondbacks lead the Padres 2-1. Chase Anderson has been terrific again. 7 innings of 5-hit ball. He has walked 2, struck out 2. Chase had the big hit, a 2-out RBI single in the 5th that gave the Diamondbacks the lead. And now they look to add to it here in the home half of the 7th against the new Padre pitcher. It's Dale Thayer. We saw Thayer in the series opener here Thursday night. He worked 1 inning, gave up a run on 3 hits. Jordan Pacheco leads it off for the Diamondbacks. He singled and scored his last time up. Came in on the Anderson RBI single. Chase Anderson has been dynamite here tonight. There's Ken Crenshaw, the Diamondback trainer. It's Chase Anderson's ball game here. He's got the big hit. Diamondback bullpen is quiet right now. Thayer ahead of Pacheco, 0-2. Chase Anderson due up 3rd in this inning. This is in the air along the right field line, but it's drifting into the seats out of play.
Well, Chase Anderson, 7 full innings in the ball game tonight, ties his career high. He's done it 4 times. 2nd time he's done it this season.
Well, he's due up 3rd in the bullpen. Nothing going on down there. We'll see how Chip Hale wants to play it here with Ahmed on deck. More snow cones. All those great Diamondback Little League uniforms here. Part of our Arizona All-Star Parade. Today was the first of 8 Arizona All-Star Parades brought to you by Chevrolet here at Chase Field. Little leaguers from all over the valley wearing their colors.
The young man had his hands full trying to hold his glove and work on that snow cone at the same time.
They're here from Shadow Mountain, Mesa North Central, Lake Havasu, Camelback East, Red Mountain American Little League, Four Peaks Little League, Kingman North, Chandler American Little League, High Desert, Goodyear. All those Little Leaguers with us at the ballpark here tonight. And again, if you want to get your league involved in the Arizona All-Stars program, just log on to dbacks.com/groups. And you can be part of our Arizona All-Star Parades here this year. Plus, you get snow cones, which is good.
See, the kids, they know all about the snow cones.
Reaches down and lifts it into shallow right center field. Venable runs it down. Hey fans, here's your chance to beat the heat. Tonight's word is bobblehead on Josh Colmentor bobblehead night. Log on to foxsportsarizona.com/beattheheat and enter the word for your chance to win a trip to San Diego for the July 4th weekend. Throughout May, we'll have a word of the day during every game. Once you see it, go to foxsportsarizona.com/beattheheat and enter that word. Tonight's password is bobblehead. Nick Ahmed fouls that one down to Andy Green at third. Ahmed 0 for 2 so far. Pitcher spot is due up next, and Mark Trumbo is in the on-deck circle. So that looks like it's going to be it for Chase Anderson, who has been terrific here through 7 innings. Giving up a run on 5 hits, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. Padre bullpen busy. Quackenbush the righty, Garces the lefty. One and one on Ahmed. Diamondbacks bullpen starts to get busy now with Trumbo set to hit for Anderson. Oliver Perez, the left-hander. Corey Spangenberg, a left-hand hitter, due up for the Padres to lead off the 8th inning. After that, they've got Camp and Upton, 2 righties behind Spangenberg. Solarte, a switch hitter after that. 1-2 on Ahmed. Lifts it out to Upton in left.
Hey fans, we invite you to play Kachinko by signing up at one of the 16 interactive kiosks right here at Chase Field during any Diamondbacks regular season home game. And on Josh Coleman's bobblehead all night, of course, the game piece was signed by Josh Coleman.
Nice synergy there. Trumbo will hit for Anderson, mark at 292. 4 homers, 15 RBIs. He was 0 for 4 with a pair of strikeouts last night. Looking for some insurance here with 2 outs in the 7th. And Mark, despite the hitless night last night, hot lately, last 9 games, hitting better than .330 with 9 RBIs. One and one. Just his 5th career pinch hit opportunity, 1 for 4 so far. So close the book on Chase Anderson. Terrific Sunday at Dodger Stadium, just as good here tonight. A run on 5 hits in 7, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. And that's especially impressive considering, Bob, that 3 batters into the ball game, he was down 1-0. Remember, Myers had that bunt single that Tomas couldn't play. Spangenberg singled him to 3rd. Kemp drove him in with a sac fly. 3 batters in, it's 1-0, but Chase really settled in after that.
Well, he'd only thrown like 6 or 8 pitches to the first 3 hitters of the game and already was behind.
1-2 on Trumbo.
I gave you the numbers earlier for Chase Anderson. In 4 of his 5 starts, he left the game tied. Not the case tonight, thanks to his own base hit into center field.
Once again, the Diamondbacks having problems scoring runs in a Chase Anderson start. He's not had a whole lot of run support. They have scored a total of 7 runs in his previous 4 starts. And only 2 so far tonight, but hopefully that's enough. 2-2 now on Trumbo. He strikes him out. So Thayer comes in, works a 1-2-3-7. Chase Anderson turns it over to the bullpen. We go to the gate. Diamondbacks lead it 2-1. Life high-speed highlights brought to you by Cox. Josh Colmentor bobblehead night, and we have the real thing.
Josh's bobblehead has been so busy he had to take a nap in the hot dog cooler out there.
Oliver Perez brought on to pitch the 8th inning. Diamondbacks lead at 2-1. Corey Spangenberg, a left-hand hitter, was scheduled to lead off the inning for the Padres, but Bud Black will go to his other second baseman, the right-hand hitting Jed Jerko will hit for Spangenberg. And Jerko just 176 for the year with 1 homer. That was last Sunday against the Rockies at Petco Park. Hitless in 2 at-bats in the series so far. He pinch hit in each of the first 2 games. So Jerko hits for Spangenberg to lead off the 8th. There's the strike 0-1. Jerko tends to be a very undisciplined swinger up there, hacking at anything when he's not going well, and he is not going well. So we assume he'll stay in the game and take over at second base for Spangenberg. Brad Ziegler in the Sanderson Ford bullpen. Drives it to the gap in left center field. That one is going to roll all the way to the wall, and Jerko will stop at second. Jed Jerko will lead off double. He's the tying run. Should Hale.
Fastball down, golfed it into center field, and there's no way you could let Oliver Perez face Matt Kemp in a close ball game. Matt Kemp 8 for 22 lifetime with 2 homers and 2 doubles. So Ollie faces 1 batter and is out of the ball game.
2-1 ball game in the 8th. Back after this. Offers a full night of NHL and NBA playoff action, plus all the highlights from tonight's Major League Baseball games. Fox Sports Live tonight, 9 o'clock on Fox Sports 1, or right here on Fox Sports Arizona, right after the Diamondbacks live postgame show. You get a good ball game going here, 8th inning. Diamondbacks hanging on to a 2-1 lead, but the Padres have the tying run at second base and nobody out for the heart of the order. And so here's Brad Ziegler on for the 14th time this year, a .71 ERA. Kemp, Upton, and Solarte 3, 4, and 5 due up after Jerko led off the inning with a pinch hit double.
Kemp at one moment was licking his chops, hoping to get an at-bat against Oliver Perez. Instead, he gets his nemesis, Brad Ziegler. 1 for 13 lifetime with 5 punch-outs.
Yeah, Brad struck him out to end the 8th inning last night. Tying run at second, nobody out. 2-0. Kemp drove in the Padres' only run, a sac fly back in the first.
I was just going to say, this is a situation where you hope Kemp, his recent history holds true. He's only 2 for his last 18 with runners in scoring position. That's been a problem for the Padres over their last 5+ games. 7 for 55 with runners in scoring position.
Two and one. Matt Kemp, only 1 home run all year. The slugging percentage at the start of the ball game tonight was .408. That's 85 points below his career average, and nearly 100 points below what he slugged last year. The power has not been there. And Ciarte, Ender runs it down. Jerko tags and heads for third. One away. Jerko at third now for Justin Upton.
Good closing speed out there for Ender. Ciarte had to get a good jump on that ball. You could see it was slicing away from him the entire time. Able to make the play, but Jerko able to advance 90 feet.
How do you want to play this? You got Solarte on deck, 1 out.
Well, the old rule of thumb is you never intentionally walk the potential winning run of a ball game, but I have got to believe that Brad Ziegler is going to pitch Upton extremely careful right here.
Upton is 0 for 3, struck out his last time up, but 2 for 4 career against Brad Ziegler.
Especially the way Brad Ziegler gets ground balls. You know, a normal pitcher, maybe you'd say, no, you got to go after him here. We don't want to walk him, but that's a surprising look there for Justin Upton, showing bunt.
Diamondbacks infield is in on the edge of the grass. 1-0 now to Upton. That's in there for a strike. 1-1. Career against the Diamondbacks, a .350 average in 17 games with 5 homers. That one is foul behind Glenn Hoffman. And Ziegler's ahead of ball and 2 strikes. It's a big out if you can get it right here. Able to hold up, and it's 2-2. The Diamondbacks have won ball games as of late. They've won 11-0, 5-1, 13-7. Trying to win a pitcher's duel here. And get Chase Anderson his first win of the year. 2-2 to Upton. Oh! Greg Gibson doesn't bite him. It's full, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Been just off the plate. What a great pitch, though, after throwing a couple of frisbee sliders in a row. Trying to freeze Upton with that fastball sinking back to the outside corner. Just didn't quite get there.
Hard to short. Ahmed. Jerko stays put. Ahmed looks him back to the bag. 2 down. Yangervis Solarte with 2 outs and the tying run at third.
Third baseman, Yangervis Solarte.
Upton 0 for 4.
And we've seen Brad Ziegler do this a couple times recently. Threw a changeup right there. Hit hard right at Nick Ahmed at shortstop. He not only looked Jerko back once, he looked him back a couple of times. He looks at him right there. He looks to first, looks back again just to make sure Jerko wasn't trying to do anything over there at third base. Nice play.
That's the tying run at third. 2 outs. Yangervis Solarte 0 for 3 so far. Infield goes back now. Pennington at third, even with a bag. 0-1. Jerko led off the inning hitting for Spangenberg. A double off Oliver Perez. Ziegler has come in. So far a fly out and a ground out. Now trying to get Solarte and strand that runner. Lifts it in the air near the left field line. Peralta won't get there. The game is tied. Too far to run. And Solarte sneaks into second. They scored a double and an RBI on Yangervis Solarte. 2-2.
Well, they all count, but an awkward looking defensive swing. David Peralta giving it everything he's got out there in left field, just couldn't get to the spot.
Not much Brad could do there. He almost pulled off a miracle. And now Mike Harkey's out to the mound with a go-ahead run in scoring position. Derek Norris, the catcher, will be the hitter. He singled in the fourth. He's 1 for 3. And that really is unfortunate for Chase Anderson, who pitched so well and once again will not get that first victory of the year. Misses away. 1-0. Norris 3 for 11 in the series so far. Greg Gibson grants Jordan Pacheco time behind home plate. Two and 0.
Because of his delivery, Brad Ziegler has been equally effective against righties and lefties pretty much his whole career. Pitching very carefully here to Derek Norris with a lefty on deck, something you wouldn't normally think about doing, but as I mentioned, Brad good against both sides.
And Solarte won't get there. It's a fair ball down the right field line. Solarte will score. Derek Norris has an RBI double, and the Padres take a 3-2 lead. That's Norris's 13th double this year.
Center fielder Will Venable.
Doink to left, doink to right, and the Padres take a lead in the ball game. Neither ball hit particularly well, just put in a good spot.
Third double in the inning for San Diego. Jerko had the pinch hit double to lead it off Oliver Perez. Solarte's double that dropped inside the left field line tied the ball game, and now Norris has made it 3-2 San Diego. Andrew Chafin throwing in the Sanderson Ford bullpen.
About the time Greg Gibson and Jordan Pacheco get back behind home plate, Chip Hale might pop his head out of that third base dugout.
The lefty Will Venable is Coming up, he has singled and walked tonight. Chafin warming up for the Diamondbacks. They're going to walk Venable and work to Amarista. Venable gets the free pass, so it's first and second, 2 down, and Chip Hale will bring in Andrew Chafin to face Alexi Amarista. We're in the 8th inning. Diamondbacks trail it 3-2. Back after this. Three doubles in this inning. It's given San Diego the 3-2 lead. We still don't know who will start tomorrow for the Diamondbacks. There are 2 ways to go here. You could use a guy who's one of your long men in the bullpen, and that means Daniel Hudson, Randall Delgado, Andrew Chafin, who's in there right now. Could all be possibilities tomorrow. Or you could go, Bob, the minor league route and call up somebody from Reno. Now, A.J. Schugel, who was supposed to start for the Aces tonight in Salt Lake, that game has been rained out. So theoretically, you could bring up Schugel and start tomorrow if you wanted to do that. Chafin now to face Amarista.
Yeah, Chip said a couple of days ago, the Sunday starter really depends on what happens to the pitching staff between now and Sunday. So I guess having Chafin come into this ball game at this particular point, we'll see how far he goes into the ball game, but it would seemingly take him out of the mix to start that ball game tomorrow.
And Delgado pitched 1 inning in last night's ball game through 24 pitches. Amarista 0 for 3 tonight, 0 for 9 in the series, and he looks at strike 1 from Andrew Chafin. Derek Norris is the runner at second for San Diego. Will Venable at first. Padres with 2 here in the 8th to take a 3-2 lead. Diamondbacks will have the top of the order in the bottom of the 8th in Sagarte, Pollock, Goldschmidt. Joaquin Benoit has been warming up in the San Diego bullpen. That's in the seats. It's 1-2. Pitcher spot due up next for San Diego. Should Amarista reach, Abraham Almonte is in the on-deck circle. He would hit for Thayer. That one kicks so well away from Pacheco, and the runners move up. Wild pitch, charge to Andrew Chafin.
Really spikes a fastball that time. I've talked about it many times in the past. A catcher can easily anticipate a curveball or a changeup or a split finger going into the dirt, but you never anticipate a guy spiking his fastball in the dirt, and that one got away from Pacheco, allowing both runners to advance.
So Norris is at third, Venables at second, 2 outs, 2 balls and 2 strikes to Alexi Amarista. It's full, 3-2. Almonte on deck as a switch hitter, just called up today to take the roster spot of Yonder Alonso. He was having a big month at AAA El Paso. 308 with 4 homers and leading the Coast League in runs scored. Three and 2 to Amarista. The bases are loaded. Abraham Almonte.
16, Abraham Almonte.
Hit .265 with the Padres last season in 32 games after he was acquired at the trade deadline from Seattle in a deal that sent Kristen Orphea to the Mariners. The numbers this year at El Paso. Norris is at third, Venable at second, and Amarista at first. Almonte's a switch hitter, just about equal from each side of the plate for his career, but most of his power comes from the left-hand side. First pitch swinging, a little dribbler to second. Owens has it, and he throws him out. But the Padres get 2. They take a 3-2 lead. Inciarte, Pollock, and Goldie coming up in the bottom of the 8th. Diamondbacks need a comeback here.
We know in baseball what a difference a couple of innings makes, and now the Diamondbacks go from trying to protect a lead to having to come back, and close games have been kind of a bugaboo for this team.
It has been, and you know, in the postgame we're going to go through the mishaps, the missed executions, and some decisions that went into losing the lead here in the 8th inning.
Yeah, no question about it. D-backs need a rally now, guys. We'll send it back to you. We'll see you on the postgame show.
You sure will. Thank you very much. Brandon Webb, Jody Jackson, Diamondback Live postgame show follows our ball game. Jed Jerko, who hit for Spangenberg, had the double lead off the top of the 8th, stays in the game at second base. Joaquin Benoit is out there on the mound for the Padres. You saw him last night. He worked 1 inning through 10 pitches. His 15th appearance of the year.
As you mentioned, when Jerko took his at bat against Oliver Perez, he's had a very disappointing start to this season, hitting only 176 coming into play tonight, but he is 3 for 6 off the bench as a pinch hitter. It's a bad combination. You hit well off the bench, but you don't hit well as a starting player, so you're going to find yourself on the bench more often than not.
And he has. They have all kinds of options at second base, and Spangenberg and Solarte. Ender Inciarte 0 for 3 is struck out twice. Diamondbacks trying to come back for Chase Anderson here. He can't get the win, but boy, did he pitch a beauty tonight and Chase did all he could. He ended an 0 for 35 streak at the plate with a 2-out RBI single in the 5th that gave the Diamondbacks a 2-1 lead. He also tied his career high by going 7 innings, 4th time he's done that. But the Padres, with 2 in the 8th, have taken a 3-2 lead. Two and 2 on Ender Inciarte. A.J. Pollock on deck. Paul Goldschmidt after that here in the Arizona 8th. That one got Derek Norris behind the plate again, and it looked like in the same spot.
Maybe it was not quite the same force.
That was rough last night.
And I think we'll see here as Benoit releases this pitch. Yeah, the bare hand kind of hanging out there. That one didn't catch him on the right hand, but boy, I hate to see catchers leave that right hand exposed with nobody on base. You might as well hide it somewhere where it won't get hit with a foul tip.
Off the glove of Benoit. Jerko loses his footing, and Inciarte can't quite beat it out. Marvin Hudson, the first base umpire, brings him up. And a pause now from Greg Gibson behind the plate as the Diamondbacks have a look.
We heard Kate report earlier that Marvin Hudson's all in favor of instant replay. We're going to probably get one right here.
It's out when it's in the back of the mid. I think he's out. That's a good call.
Out, yeah. Very close, but I think Marvin Hudson got it right. No need for a replay on that one.
And the Diamondbacks will not challenge. I thought for sure when the ball went off Benoit's glove and then Jerko slipped that Ender with that speed might beat it out, but a good play there by Jerko to recover and get the out. A.J. Pollock 0 for 3. That's 1 for 3 on the putout, by the way. The ball going off the glove of the pitcher. AJ 2 hits last night, including his first home run since April 16th. One and one. D-backs have been out hit tonight 8-5. They trail at 3-2. Two balls and a strike. Benoit came to the ball game last night in the 8th inning, struck out Peralta, got Tomas to ground out, walked Aaron Hill, and got Owings to line out. AJ lifts it in the air to deep right field. Matt Kemp at the wall, and he's got it. It just did stay in the yard. 2 down.
Boy, a lot of Diamondbacks hitters have been hot lately, but nobody's barreled it more often than A.J. Pollock. Looked like he had enough distance to get that thing out of here to right field, but Matt Kemp retreats to the warning track and fields it just in front of the fence out there in deep right field.
2 outs now for Goldie. He singled and scored in the fourth. He's also walked twice. Ball one. Boy, the Padre outfield. I'm not sure they're still in the ballpark.
If they were any deeper, they'd have to buy a ticket. They're playing in their no doubles defense. All three outfielders standing just feet away from the warning track.
Is there a no triples defense? Because this might be it. Yeah, you drop a little flare into left center field right now. It's a triple. Those guys are way back there.
Kemp just backed up a couple more feet.
2-0 to Goldie. He still doesn't feel like he's back deep enough. There, it's the strike. 2-1. I mean, Upton is almost on the warning track in left field. So is Kemp in right. This is away at 95. 3 balls and a strike. David Peralta's on deck. He's got 2 hits tonight. Ball 4. Third walk tonight for Paul Goldschmidt, and Peralta will hit with 2 outs and the tying run at first. This was David Peralta. Last night, his 4th home run of the season. He's hit safely now in 4 straight games. That's Throwback Thursday. Had a career high 4 hits in that ball game, and then last night home run number 4.
I don't think it matters to David what uniform he's wearing. He just wants to square that ball up and hit it hard somewhere.
And that Padre outfield will stay almost as deep as they were for Goldie. And they put the overshift on the right-hand side. Myers will hold Goldschmidt at board at first. Solarte, the third baseman, is over at the second base bag, and Jerko out in shallow right. Last time we were here in this situation was the 4th inning. Goldie at first. Peralta hit one out to left that got behind Upton, and Goldie came all the way around and scored. That's in there for a strike. It's 1-1. Caught the corner, says Greg Gibson. David, last 9 games, hitting over or nearly 430. That's in the seats and out of play. It's 1-2.
And that's a byproduct of the called strike on the pitch before. If a guy's going to call that pitch that's off the plate, down low and away, a strike, you have to protect against it if that pitcher throws it again.
Joaquin Benoit. Got him. Norris hangs on. Peralta strikes out, and they strand the 2-out walk. We go to the 9th inning at Chase Field. D-backs trail at 3-2. Pepsi and some friends and get out to a D-backs game and live it. It's for the thrill of the game. Pepsi, live for now, the official soft drink of the Arizona Diamondbacks. We're in the 9th inning, and Addison Reed is on for the D-backs. We trail it 3-2. He'll work at the top of the order. Myers, Jerko, and Kemp, his 9th appearance of the year. And we've seen lately from Addison Reed, first of all, hadn't had a whole lot of save opportunities. This obviously is not one. He's only had 2 all year long. Because the Diamondbacks, as we mentioned, when they've won games, they've tended to win big with all this offense. But we've seen from Addison when he's been in there this year, better velocity, consistent 93-94, and the slider, frankly, has looked a lot better than it did last year.
It sure has. Yeah, I think this is a combination of things. Number one, Addison Reed hasn't pitched a lot lately. And number two, with the game looming tomorrow and not knowing who the starter is going to be, this could possibly be an appearance that normally you'd see Randall Delgado or maybe Daniel Hudson, Enrique Burgos, but instead it's the closer in a non-save situation.
We saw Addison Reed last Wednesday, the second game of that Rockies doubleheader. He pitched 1 inning at a 1-2-3 inning. 10 pitches. He did not go, says Marvin Hudson down there at first. And it's 2-0 on Will Myers, who singled and scored in the first and doubled in the 5th. He's 2 for 4. Belted down the left field line. That's a fair ball. Peralta will pick it up on the warning track, and Will Myers has his 3rd hit tonight and his 9th double this year. Actually make that his 10th double. He's got 2 tonight. 4 for 5 last night. 3 for 5 tonight.
Inside part of the plate fastball. We mentioned it earlier. Will Myers, a deadly inside hitter, whether it's a fastball or a hanging breaking pitch, rattles that one around down in the left field corner for a double.
It'll bring up Jed Jerko, who led off the 8th inning with a pinch double against Oliver Perez and scored the tying run. That's in there for a strike, 1-1. Foul behind Jose Valentin at first. Last year, very disappointing season offensively for Jed Jerko. Batting average down 40 points. Slugging down over 100 points. 23 home runs as a rookie 2 years ago, but only 10 last year. Addison Reed ahead, 1 ball and 2 strikes. In fairness to Jerko, he did have some serious injury issues last year. Missed 45 games in the middle of the summer, had the plantar fasciitis in his left foot. He was in a miserable slump when he went on the DL. That was the beginning of June, didn't get back until almost August. And never really was the same. Still trying to get back on track here this year. Myers really dancing around at second base again.
Addison Reed can be extremely slow to home plate under any circumstance. Takes a while to get everything in position to throw that ball to home plate, and Myers feels like he could get a jump out there at second base.
1-2 on Jerko. Bounces that one in the dirt. It's even 2-2 as the Rally cell phone lights are out in the ballpark now. Two and two. Got him. One down in the ninth.
Nothing tricky about this. Just a good low fastball over the heart of the plate. Blew it right by Jerko that time.
His swing has gotten longer and slower, that's for sure. It's a big part of the problem. Matt Kemp now. Drove in the Padres' first run with a sac fly in the first. He's 0 for 3. Do you have a thing on your cell phone that makes it flash like that?
I'm not sure. My cell phone has all kinds of capabilities that I don't know about.
I see the guy in the Padres, Mark Grant, in the Padres booth to our left is flashing his cell phone. Some of the members of the crew in there as well getting it on the act. Lifted in the air, right center field. A.J. Pollock's out there. Myers at second will hold, and that's the second out.
Partner, I could be a little bit paranoid. I've been known to be accused of that before. But after the Will Myers double, as you get a look at that lazy fly ball out there, frustration from Matt Kemp. But I've been watching Will Myers at second base, and during the Jerko at bat, he very distinctively put his hand on top of his helmet.
Oh, he's signaling the pitches. Huh?
Which could conceivably be a sign to the hitter that I've got the pitches. And I've been watching him take his lead off, and when he puts his hands on his legs, Addison Reed has thrown a fastball every time. When he takes his lead off with his hands off of his body, it's been a slider. Now, it could just be a coincidence. It could be paranoia on my part, or Will Myers could have stolen the signs.
Well, let's keep an eye out on this. You may be onto something here. Tell me what the signal is.
Well, he's already let Jerko, the first hitter of the inning, know that he's got him. Hands off the see, now that's a tweener right there. Fastball. He started with his hands off, but ended up with his hands on his legs. That usually means an on-speed pitch. With your hands are off your legs, that means an off-speed pitch.
There was a brow wipe earlier. There it is again.
Yeah. I mean, he's been peering right into Jordan Pacheco's signs this entire inning.
So it's where he puts his hands on his hips or knees, we think.
Hands on should be a fastball if I'm right.
You are correct, sir. You are correct, sir.
And usually there's a coach or players, a starting pitcher, somebody watches base runners all the time and looks for things like that just in case somebody's trying to relay signs to a hitter. Now, there are hitters that don't want to know what's coming, which is inconceivable to me, but there are hitters that would rather just go up there and do battle.
On the knees again, fastball. Fastball misses low. I mean, Jordan Pacheco is going through a variety of signs back there. Will Myers has them.
Yeah, you could possibly. Another thing that will happen from time to time is a couple of the bench players or a couple of pitchers that aren't pitching tonight will go up in the clubhouse and watch the same thing we're watching and try to discern what signs the Diamondbacks are using.
No hands on the knees. That one is a slider that gets away, and Myers moves up. Well, everything we've seen on the last few pitches was right what you said it was. Hands on the knees fastball, not on the knees slider.
Yeah, and it goes all the way back to the Jed Jerko at bat, which ended in a strikeout, and then Matt Kemp's lazy fly ball to center field. But he called every pitch in that inning after he got to second base.
Well, can we report him to somebody?
Well, I mean, that's just gamesmanship. That's part of the game. You have to make your signs so difficult enough so that runners can't steal them.
In the meantime, Addison Reed behind on Justin Upton, 3-1, but he gets the strike there, so the count is full now with 2 outs and Myers at third.
I mean, we used to let a couple of the guys go up to the clubhouse early in the ball game and try to do the same thing. You know, watch the signs, watch what the runners are doing out there, and see if we can get the signs from the opposing team.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bounce to third. It's into left, a base hit. 4-2 San Diego. Myers led off the inning with a double, and now Upton the 2-out single, and the Padres have a 4-2 lead.
Fastball inside corner of the plate. He just kind of smothered it and banged it into that hard dirt in front of home plate. It gets by Penny on into left field for an RBI hit.
Well, the Padres came back with 2 in the 8th, now 1 in the 9th, and here's Yangervis Solarte.
Good idea to check on Upton in this situation. This figures to be a run possibility here. Upton's been very successful this season picking his spots. I'm sure Bud Black would like to get him into scoring position as quickly as possible with 2 outs in the inning.
Solarte had an RBI double and scored a run his last time up. He's 1 for 4. There goes Upton. The throw from Pacheco is not in time. Justin Upton now a perfect 7 for 7 in his stolen base attempts this year.
Justin Upton is quite an athlete. I mean, quick and strong. Got a great jump that time and just outran the throw to second base.
A 1-0 count to Solarte. That's in the seats. Diamondbacks in the bottom of the 9th inning. We'll have Pennington, Owings, Pacheco, 5, 6, and 7. Pennington checked in for Tomas in the 7th. They've already used off the bench Mark Trumbo, who hit for Chase Anderson in the bottom of that 7th inning. That's in there for a strike. 1-2.
Talking about stealing signs from second base and relaying them to the hitter. The interesting thing is how many different ways there are to let the hitter know what's coming without letting the defense know that you know.
These little signals that look like normal things that you might do standing there.
Which foot do you start your secondary lead with? You get your primary lead right there. Now which foot moves first? Left or right? That should tell you one thing or the other. Fastball or off speed.
There's Owings. throws out Solarte, but the Padres get one more. And as we go to the bottom of the ninth, the Diamondbacks trail it 4-2. Papa Murphy's, love at 425 degrees. By Law Tigers, Arizona's motorcycle lawyers. And by Chaz Roberts, air conditioning and plumbing. Choose Chaz. Well, last night the Diamondbacks tried to come back down 1 in the ninth against Craig Kimbrell. It didn't work out. He worked a 1-2-3 ninth inning. And a strikeout, retired the side on 12 pitches. Now they'll try and do it down 2 runs against Kimbrell, who is the best in the business, on for the 14th time this year. He's got 9 saves and 9 opportunities. Pennington, Owings, and Pacheco, 5, 6, and 7, due up in the Arizona ninth. Look, Pennington checked into the game in the 7th inning. He took over for Yasmani Tomas, and he will lead it off against Craig Kimbrell in the ninth. Cliff at 231 on the year. 98 for strike one.
Man, right out of the chute, 98. Average velocity this year for Kimbrell, just a touch over 97.
Cliff faced Kimbrell last night, got him to ground out to first, and does the same thing there, 1 away.
Looks a little bit like Opie Taylor all grown up. Man, he is an assassin out there with that fastball approaching 100 miles an hour, has a snapdragon curveball.
He might look like Opie, but he pitches like Ernest T. Bass. Chris Owings, COO for 3. Ernest T. Bass was the crazy guy on that show.
It's me, it's Ernest T. That's an unhittable strike right there. 98, bottom of the kneecaps, right on the outside corner.
He takes something off at 10 miles an hour difference. Like that's fair.
This is a curveball. He throws it as hard as a lot of guys throw their fastballs. It starts to break the instant it leaves his hand. That one ended up in the dirt over in the left-handed batter's box, but it looked like a strike to Chris Owings.
He's down 0-2. Kimbrell's 9th save last night tied him for 3rd in the National League. He has converted, going back to last year, 35 consecutive save opportunities. He did not go. Marvin Hudson down there at first. That is the longest save streak in baseball right now. Goes all the way back to last June. Chases another one in the dirt. 2 down.
Bench coach Bob Melvin, currently the manager of the Oakland A's, used to call a breaking ball like Kimbrel's throwing a deflector shield, because it looks like it hits something and changes direction. It has such a violent break.
Well, it's up to Jordan Pacheco. Jordan singled and scored in the 5th. He's 1 for 3. Diamondbacks looking for some base runners here. Should Jordan reach, Nick Ahmed's spot is next, but Aaron Hill is out there in the on-deck circle. He would hit for Ahmed. That's in the seats.
I gave you this stat last night. Kimbrel in non-save situations is carrying a 13.50 ERA in 4 games. It's very common. You see a lot of closers that struggle in those non-save situations. However, in the 9 games he's had a save opportunity, ERA sits right at 2. 5 base hits in 9 innings.
Yeah, he is nails in these spots. Well, if the Diamondbacks can get a couple of base runners on here, Pacheco and then Hill, maybe we see Dorn hit for the pitcher from the left-hand side. We can run into one. And indeed, Danny Dorn has a bat in the Diamondback dugout. He would hit after Hill for the pitcher. 1-1 to Jordan Pacheco. 97. Diamondbacks down to their final strike. Diamondback Live postgame show with Jody Jackson and birthday boy Brandon Webb. Follow our ball game here on Fox Sports Arizona. And then the series finale here tomorrow afternoon. Still don't know who's going to start that ball game for the D-backs. They are expected to announce a starting pitcher after the game tonight, so we'll look for that on the postgame show. Three and two. Padres will have Andrew Kashner starting this series finale tomorrow. Three-two to Pacheco. Need a base runner. There's one. And Aaron Hill comes up. Aaron Hill, the batting average now just under 260 for the year with a pair of homers. He has seen Kimbrel before. Aaron has hit safely in 7 of his last 9 games, batting over 400 during that span, including 2 homers. He's the tying run at the plate, 2 outs in the 9th. And they throw it away. They had Pacheco way off the bag. It gets behind Myers, and Jordan moves up.
Well, that's a brain cramp right there. They were playing Will Myers behind Jordan Pacheco at first base, and
you just saw Kimbrel say, "My bad."
We can only laugh about it. I mean, there's nobody on the base. He's trying to pick off Dave McKay.
Oops. That's E1. Error on the pitcher moves Pacheco into second base. Well, If nothing else, maybe that'll rattle Kimball just a little bit.
Rattle Bud Black a little bit.
They scared the heck out of Dave McKay. Myers was a good 12, 15 feet off the bag. So a chance for Aaron Hill now.
Oh, watch power.
97 up near the head.
He missed up there a couple times during Jordan Pacheco's at bat. Just overthrows a fastball, releases a little bit too soon, sends Aaron Hill to the dirt. Overcompensates and pulls one out of the strike zone on the other side of the plate.
A little rattled here, Craig Kimbrel. 2-0 on Hill. Danny Dorn is indeed in the on-deck circle. He would hit for the pitcher, Addison Reed. That would mean that the Diamondbacks would have a chance to get the winning run to the plate with 2 outs. (2-0) to Aaron Hill. That's in there for a strike. Greg Gibson.
Man, don't help him. He doesn't need any help, Greg.
Base hit. They're going to stop Pacheco at third. Tying runs aboard. Winning run coming up for the Diamondbacks. It's Danny Dorn.
Hill now 3 for 9 lifetime against Craig Kimbrel. Good approach that time. You know the guy's throwing extremely hard. Just take a quick swing and try to get the barrel on it no matter where the ball goes.
Well, the biggest spot of Danny Dorn's brief major league career, the 30-year-old rookie. 10 years in the minor leagues, 2 for 8 so far as a big leaguer. He's up there with 2 outs. Pacheco at third. Aaron Hill the tying run at first. Danny Dorn the winning run at the plate with 2 outs. Dorn and Kimbrel. Strike one. .98 foul tip, and Norris hangs on back there, and Dorn's in an 0-2 hole.
Kimbrel has blown some leads 6 times in his career. He's had a 2 or more run save opportunity and let it get away. First pitch curveball, then right back to the heater.
He's thrown 19 pitches so far. That is a foul ball down the right field line. Pacheco scores. They're going to wave Aaron Hill, and he's going to make it. We're all tied. Danny Dorn, 4-4. Craig Kimbrel had converted 35 straight save opportunities, but the best in the business blows it. The Diamondbacks have come back to tie.
Danny Dorn got to look at that 98-mile-an-hour heater. Sped up his swing just a little bit there on the 0-2 count. Was able to get in front of the ball, and defensive foibles continue out there in the outfield for the Padres as Kemp goes down for the 2nd time in the game trying to field a ball.
Inciarte with Dorn the winning run in scoring position. Look at Craig Kimbrell. We don't see a lot of this. 4-4 in the ninth. And a chance to win it right here with Ender Inciarte, who's 0 for 4. 99, no balls and 2 strikes. How about Danny Dorn? What a moment. 10 years in the minor leagues. The 30-year-old rookie. The biggest hit of his baseball life. That one gets behind Norris, but it gets a good bounce off the carom for him. And they throw out Inciarte to complete the strikeout. But Danny Dorn, a 2-out, 2-run double. And the Diamondbacks come back against Craig Kimbrell. They tie it at 4. We're going to play some extra baseball here on a Saturday night in downtown Phoenix. Extra innings brought to you all season long by Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Feed it. A wild night here at Chase Field. Danny Dorn, a 2-out, 2-run pinch hit double against Craig Kimbrell. Ties it at 4 and sends us to the 10th. What a moment for Danny Dorn. How about it? Well, now you got to figure out how to win this ball game, and you can take Randall Delgado out of the equation for possible starters tomorrow. Delgado out there for the 10th as Derek Norris will lead it off for San Diego. Some defensive changes behind him. We'll have those for you in just a moment. There's a strike. Jordan Pacheco, a 2-out walk. Aaron Hill, a 2-out single. Danny Dorn, a 2-out double. And here we are, 4-4. Got to be careful with Norris as Delgado jumps ahead 0-2. Pennington will move now from third base over to shortstop because Aaron Hill hit for Ahmed, and Aaron stays in the game and plays third. Norris singled, stole a base in the 4th, had an RBI double in the 8th. He's 2 for 4. And Delgado gets the strikeout. We saw Randall pitch last night. He worked 1 inning and threw 24 pitches in the ball game, and he's back out there here to start the 10th.
And a breaking ball clinic to start the inning. He had Derek Norris flailing away at those breaking balls.
Will Venable. He's been aboard 3 times tonight. Singled in the 2nd, a pair of walks, 1 intentional. This is at 91. Bronson Arroyo, Danny Dorn, Nick Ahmed. Danny Dorn's going to remember that base hit for a long time.
Yeah, he should.
What a moment for him. All he's been through, 10 years in the minors. He turns 31 in July. He's not a kid. And he's been a good left-hand bat off the bench when Jake Lamb went on the DL. They called up Danny Dorn from Reno, where he'd really been hitting well for the Aces, over 470 with some home runs. And he came through big time tonight.
A perfect example of adjustments, making the adjustment during the course of the at-bat. He saw a breaking ball in the first pitch, a 98-mile-an-hour fastball, and when he saw another fastball inside and down, he was ready for it.
There's a strike, 3-1. Bouncer that goes foul up the first baseline.
Yeah, the hitting coach in the minor leagues, they used to say one to measure, one to rake. And by that he meant in an at bat you take one fastball just to get an idea for velocity, what kind of movement, where's his arm angle, where's his release point. One to measure, and then the next one is yours to rake.
Full count on Venable. If Delgado can get through a clean 10th right here, Diamondbacks in the home half will have the big boys coming up. Pollock, Goldie, Peralta, 2, 3, and 4. Oh, the shortstop, Cliff Pennington. 2 down.
Partner, you hear me say it all the time. This is why we come to the ballpark every day, to see something you don't get to see very often. And in the case of Craig Kimbrell, that was only the 4th time in his career. Over 1,100 batters faced, over 307 games. Only the 4th time he's ever allowed an extra base hit on an 0-2 count.
You got to go back to June 24th of last season to find the last time he blew a save. There's strike 1. Amarista walked his last time up. He's 0 for 3. Bouncer back to the mound. Randall Delgado works a 1-2-3 10th, and we'll go to the home half. Tied at 4. Pollock, Goldie, and Peralta coming up. Don't you dare go anywhere. Diamondbacks against Craig Kimbrell after Pacheco walked. All this with 2 outs. Aaron Hill a single, and then Danny Dorn a 2-out 2-run double that tied it 4-4. That Kemp had his issues in the corner. Hill scored easily, and Danny Dorn, tonight's hero, a 2-out, 2-run double. And now A.J. Pollock leads off the bottom of the 10th. New pitcher for the Padres, the right-hander Brandon Maurer. We saw him last night. He worked 1 inning and threw 8 pitches. Pollock, Goldschmidt, Peralta 2, 3, and 4 in the Diamondback 10th. A.J. hitless tonight. He's 0 for 4. And he's down, no balls and 2 strikes. The numbers on Maurer this year, his 13th appearance. One and 2. Diamondbacks trailed at 1-0, 3 batters into the ball game. Came back and tied it in the 4th on a Peralta RBI triple. They had a 2-1 lead after 5. Chase Anderson's RBI single gave him the lead. It's off the glove. Amarista tries to recover. He can't pick it up, and the winning run's aboard. It's a pinball machine out there in the San Diego infield.
With A.J.'s speed, it was going to take a perfect play by Amarista to get the out at first. A lot of spin on that ball after it hit Maurer out there on the mound. Ricocheted over to the left side. A.J. busting it down that first baseline, gets himself an infield hit.
Winning runs aboard for Goldie. He has reached base safely all 4 plate appearances tonight. Singled and scored a run in the 4th. He has walked 3 times.
You think he's going to punt?
Yes. And Baxter's got his Christmas Santa outfit on. That's the lucky outfit for the Diamondback mascot. Every time there's a comeback, it seems the Santa suit is on. He's got the rally cap on there as well. Goldie has homered in 3 straight games. He has never homered in 4 consecutive games. 2-0. Peralta on deck. Goldschmidt has reached base safely in 6 of his last 7 plate appearances. 2 singles, a homer, and 3 walks. Here's the 2-0. There goes A.J. The throw from Norris is not in time. 6th stolen base for Pollock, winning run in scoring position with nobody out.
Maurer obviously preoccupied with executing good pitches to Paul Goldschmidt. Didn't pay much attention to A.J. Got himself a great jump. Gets into scoring position. Well, you would assume this would just take the bat right out of Goldie's hands in this situation, but we'll see how Bud Black wants to play it.
The pitch to Goldie was a strike, made it 2-1. They will indeed give him the free pass and work to Peralta. David's got a pair of hits tonight. He's 2 for 4. So the 4th walk for Goldie tonight. First and second, nobody out, and the batter is David Peralta. Peralta, his 4th home run of the season last night. Had a career-high 4 hits in Thursday's series opener, and he's 2 for 4 tonight. Tripled and drove in a run in the 4th. Singled and stole a base in the 6th. There comes Bud Black.
Team meeting on the mound here. I'm sure the Padres are going to want to talk about their bunt defense in this situation, what they want to do if David Peralta tries to put down a sac bunt. Good speed on the bases with A.J. at second and Goldie over at first base.
There is no action in the San Diego bullpen. This is Bauer's ball game here. One more run wins the game and gets everybody tacos.
That's a win-win.
You said it. Peralta red hot coming into the ball game tonight. Last 9 games, an even .400 batting average, 4 doubles, a pair of homers. And he's got 2 hits tonight. A.J. Pollock is the winning run at second base. Goldie aboard at first, nobody out, 4-4 here in the 10th. Ball 1. Myers will play in front of the runner Goldschmidt at first base. Solarte get a step or 2 on the grass at third. That's in the dirt, 2-0. Kemp in right field is back about where he would normally play. Upton and Venable in left and center in a bit. They'll try and cut down that runner at home plate on a base hit. .95 right by him. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Fastball at 95, just below the belt.
Here's your 2-0 fastball. He got it. 2-1 now. Good pitch to come back with right there.
Now with 2 strikes on David, they moved the shortstop over to the second base side of the bag again, leaving a big hole on that left side.
Amarista is on the bag at second base. Jerko halfway between first and second. And Solarte all by himself on the left-hand side of the infield. 2-2.
This serves 2 purposes. You play the pull shift for David Peralta on the infield, and it also puts Amarista so close to the bag that AJ's not able to get the maximum lead he possibly could.
Up the middle! Amarista knocks it down! They can't turn the double play. Pollock at third with 1 out. Boy, that positioning worked out perfectly for San Diego right there. If Amarista's not there, that's the walk-off winner. Instead, it's runners in the corners with 1 out.
Well, right back over the bag at second. He bobbled it momentarily. With Paul Goldschmidt bearing down on him, Amarista tries to throw to first from his knees on second base. Fortunately, David able to leg it out over there, avoid that double play.
So you've got Pollock, the winning run at third. Peralta aboard at first. 1 out, and Cliff Pennington is the hitter.
Everybody has to come in now. The outfielders to a position where if they catch a fly ball right where they're standing, they think they can throw out the runner at home plate.
Strike 1. Myers plays in front of the runner Peralta at first base. Solarte even with a bag at third. Middle infield in with toes in the grass. There goes Peralta. Right to Jerko at second, and they double off the runner. Oh, man. 2 balls in that inning hit right at Padre infielders. And the double play ends the threat. We go to the 11th inning. You say it all the time, baby. Buzzard luck. Boy, is that ever. through that infield for a walk-off single. Instead, it's a double play as Jed Jerko snags it and doubles off Peralta, who was off of the pitch at first base, and that ends the Diamondback threat. They had first and second, nobody out. One hit right at Amarista, then one hit right at Jerko.
Hindsight's always 20/20, but if David Peralta had run for second base on the first pitch, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to turn that double play if Pennington does the same thing.
The only run that matters is the one at third.
Yeah, the Padres are playing their infield way in on the grass. They were conceding that bag at second base.
Clint Barmes is hitting for the pitcher to lead off the San Diego 11th. And Delgado's ahead 0-2. The veteran Clint Barmes' 13th year in the big leagues. Hitting .265. Flied out in his only at bat in Thursday's series opener. 1 for 10 over his last 6 games. Hasn't played a whole lot lately. Well, you can't get any. Luckier, I guess, doesn't really fair, but boy. Nice pitch there by Randall, and he strikes out Barmes. The ball that was hit right at Amarista. The shortstop was on the first base side of second to get 1 out, and then the liner that Jerko snagged to get 2. Second strikeout for Delgado. Here comes Will Myers. Myers has been a handful. He's got 3 hits, including 2 doubles. He has scored twice, leading the majors in runs scored.
Myers, in the process of taking his warm-up pitches, has been eyeballing Aaron Hill down there at third base. Watch a bunt for a base hit here, possibly.
He had a bunt single to lead off the ball game when Yasmani Tomas was down there. This was the play with the shift on. You can see for Peralta over the mound. That one, by all rights, should have snuck through as well. But Amarista with a shift on, it was right there, and they got the force at second. 0-1 to Myers. Boy, Randall Delgado, he's just so much better than we've seen since he's been here. He has grown exponentially, it seems, since the last 2 seasons.
And you see the same signs as we saw from Jake Lamb early in the season, that confidence. I've been here, I've done this, I've failed, I've had some success. I know what I need to do to be good at this level. Randall's feeling.
The stuff has always been promising, but this year it's just been filthy. This is away with a fastball. It's a ball and 2 strikes. It's just got more jump to it. The changeup seems to have more drop to it. And the confidence. You hit it right on the head, BB. The body language out there. Myers able to lay off that one. It's 2-2.
Jumps ahead in the count and then tries to lead Myers out of the strike zone with a fastball away, followed by a breaking ball away. This is where you want to go to your out pitch. Whatever you feel is your best out pitch tonight, this is the time to go to it.
Oftentimes for Randall, that's the changeup. In fact, they're trying to decide what that pitch is right here.
Yeah, Jordan Pacheco went fastball away, fastball in, slider, changeup, and in the meantime, Will Myers called timeout. We'll see what they settle on here. Slider.
Oh!
Where's that?
Myers started walking back to the dugout.
Wow.
Greg Gibson behind the plate.
Well, maybe a hair off the outside corner. Not as good as I thought it was.
Chip Hale liked it a lot. The pitch, not the call. 3-2 now. Got him. 96. He strikes out Barmes. He strikes out Myers. 2 down.
That's another element to his game that we haven't seen in the past. He'll throw one fastball at 92. He'll try to hit the corner at 90. Then when he gets in a situation where he needs it, he can reach back and find several extra miles per hour.
Yeah, as a starting pitcher, he didn't really have that velocity because obviously you're working more innings. But as a reliever, he's now mid-90s when he needs it. Here's Jerko. In there for a strike at 91. Jerko had a pinch hit double against Oliver Perez to lead off the 8th inning. He scored a run. Struck out his last time up. 2-2. Diamondbacks in the bottom of the 11th inning will have Owings, Pacheco, and Hill. That's 6, 7, and 8 in the Arizona order. 2 outs, 0-2 on Jed Jerko. Two and 2.
Once again, Pacheco pretty much going through everything Randall throws out there. I think he wants to throw the changeup right here. Fastball away.
You pay my bill. You're paying my bills. Hey, thanks for my mother's day.
96. He's throwing his fastball anywhere between 89 and 96 miles per hour when he's out in here today.
When Randall worked exclusively out of the bullpen last season, opponents had only 203 against him. He's been even better than that this year. 2-2. Rolled into left, a base hit. Second hit tonight for Jed Jerko, and now Delgado will work to Matt Kemp. Matt Kemp drove in the Padres' first run with a sacrifice fly in the first. He's 0 for 4. Two hits in 12 at-bats in the series so far, both singles. He has struck out 3 times. Oh, 1. Randall just jumping ahead in these counts. First pitch strikes to every batter in this inning. Reaches out, gets a piece of it.
I think he just swung and missed right there, and Pacheco didn't handle the pitch.
You heard that sound. It was the glove, not the bat. So Jerko's in at second.
A little cutting action on that fastball. Got away from George Pacheco. He immediately goes out to the mound to talk it over with Randall.
Rule of a pass ball, moving the go-ahead run into scoring position for the Padres with 2 outs. And the count on Kemp is a ball and 2 strikes. .30 pitches now for Randall, 20 strikes. Reaches down and lifts it in the air to shallow right center field for Ender Inciarte. And Delgado strands that runner at second base. Bottom 11 coming up from Chase Field. We're all tied up at 4. Extra innings brought to you by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Fade it. We are in extra innings. This was the Diamondback ninth. 2 outs. Craig Kimbrell on. After Jordan Pacheco walked, Aaron Hill came up with a 2-out single. Then Danny Dorn, a 2-out double that tied it at 4 against the best closer in the business.
Well, and give Jordan Pacheco a lot of credit. 2 quick outs in the inning. He was up there battling, fouled off a number of high 90s fastballs to stay alive in the at-bat. Ultimately took the base on balls.
All right, some changes for the Padres here. Let's start on the mound. The new pitcher for San Diego, the right-hander Kevin Quackenbush, his 8th appearance of the year. He pitched a scoreless 7th inning here Thursday night. Alexi Amarista moves from shortstop to second base, replacing Jed Jerko. Clint Barma stays in the game. He'll take over at shortstop. Chris Owings leads off the Arizona 11th. CO 0 for 4 tonight. Quackenbush is ahead, no balls and 2 strikes. Well, the Diamondbacks had only 5 hits in the game through 8 innings, but they got 2 big ones in the 9th, 1 in the 10th. The offense has come alive here late in the ballgame. And a chance to win it here in the home half of the 11th inning. And assure themselves of no worse than a split of this 4-game series, with the series finale tomorrow afternoon here. Andrew Kashner for the Padres. Diamondbacks have yet to name a starting pitcher. But you can assume that after 2 very good innings here tonight in extras, Randall Delgado is out of the equation for tomorrow. We've also seen Andrew Chafin here tonight. And maybe we see A.J. Schugel, who was supposed to start for Reno tonight. That game was rained out. That's a possibility as well. 1-2 on Chris Owings.
CO already has a hit against Quackenbush in this series. Back in game 1, Quackenbush came in to pitch the 7th inning. CO greeted him with a leadoff double, but then 3 quick outs eliminated any scoring possibilities.
Tell you what, we've seen Thayer earlier in this ball game. This Padre bullpen leads the league in facial hair. And Thayer's just got the whole thing going there, and Quackenbush has got that Duck Dynasty beard going. Owings chases that one and strikes out for the 2nd time tonight. 1 down.
Both strikeouts coming on breaking balls that didn't quite make it to home plate. That one actually hits right behind the plate, but CO just couldn't hold up.
Well, these were the heroes from the bottom of the 9th. After Kimbrell retired Pennington and Owings, Pacheco walked, Hill singled, both with 2 outs, and then Dorn had the 2-run double. So here's Pacheco now, bottom 11 with a 1 out against Quackenbush. Jordan singled and scored a run back in the 5th. And walked his last time up. There's his strike. Now Baxter changes outfits every inning in extra innings.
It's like a Cher concert.
Broken back dribbler. Barmas behind the bag at shortstop, and he throws him out. Bat is shattered in half that time. Veteran Clint Barmas.
He's always been a pretty smooth defender. Goes to his left that time. Very sure-handed. Makes sure he has that ball deep in the pocket of the glove and then slings it across to Will Myers for the out.
Now Barmas has started 8 games at shortstop for Bud Black this year. He's got real versatility. One of the reasons they brought him in from Pittsburgh. He can play 2nd and 3rd as well. Here's Aaron Hill now with 2 outs.
Both teams are down to their last position player. Austin Hedges, the backup catcher for the Padres, and Tuffy Gosewich, the normal starting catcher, but serving as the backup to Jordan Pacheco today.
Pitcher spot is due up next. Tough in the on-deck circle. 1-0 to Aaron Hill. That's what's left. And you're not sure who's going to start tomorrow, although by now that decision has likely been made based on who's had to be used here. Evan Marshall in the Sanderson Ford bullpen. Drops that one in there for a strike. 1-2. So Aaron, with his single in the ninth, has now hit safely in 8 of his last 10 games. Bounce to third. Solarte. Quackenbush works a 1-2-3 inning, and we go to the 12th, tied at 4.
Let's see if you have.
Against Craig Kimbrell in the ninth. Had some terrible luck in the 10th. And first and second, nobody out. Peralta hit a ball up the middle for 1 out that Alexi Amarista made a play on. It was hit right to him, and then the one that Pennington hit right at Jerko for the double play ball. And here we are now in the top of the 12th. Justin Upton leads it off against Randall Delgado out there for his 3rd inning of work. Upton, Solarte, and Norris 4, 5, and 6 in the San Diego 12th. Upton an RBI single in his last at bat. He's 1 for 5 tonight, 2 for 9 with a home run against Randall Delgado. Remember, it was Upton who hit a home run off Delgado that broke up a 2-2 tie in the 8th inning at Petco Park last month. And that's behind the Padre dugout.
Randall Delgado in uncharted territory this season. This is the home run you were referring to.
Yeah, that's a 2-2 tie in the 8th, and Upton just launched one, and the Padres won that game 3-2.
We're saying for Randall this year, this is uncharted territory. His longest outing has been 2 innings. He's done that 3 times. The most pitches he's thrown in an outing, 35. And that was his 35th pitch of his outing here tonight.
Evan Marshall was warming up for the Diamondbacks earlier. The bullpen is quiet right now for both sides, with Delgado at 35 pitches, 23 for strikes. He's given up 1 hit. He's got 3 strikeouts. Bounces that one, and it's full 3-2. Launches one to left center field and gone. Justin Upton, his 8th of the year, and it's 5-4 Padres.
Fastball that time, Upton with a line drive. I'm sure if it was high enough to get out of here, but he just does sneak it up into about the second row in left center field.
On Hervey Solarte. Solarte, an RBI double. He scored a run in the 8th. He's 1 for 5. Justin Upton got Delgado on Jackie Robinson Day at Petco Park, and he got him again here tonight at Chase Field. Base hit. That's the thing about Randall Delgado. It has made him so effective. The role is different. The workload is different. An inning or two at a time. Here comes Mike Harkey. But that 3rd inning, once you get past the short outings, then the velocity gets a little down a bit. The stuff isn't quite as sharp. With that home run, by the way, Justin Upton now has 70 career home runs here at Chase Field. That ties him with his close friend and former Diamondback Chris Young for 3rd all time. Gonzo has 95 homers here. Steve Finley 84. Upton and Young now both with 70. Derek Norris. Well, the D-backs were down 4-2 with 2 outs in the 9th against Craig Kimbrell. Managed to come back and tie it. And they'll have to come back again. They'll have the pitcher spot due up to lead off the bottom of the 12th. And then Inciarte and Pollock.
Wild pitch will allow Solarte to move up to second base.
Rolled right up the arm of Jordan Pacheco. Oh, 0-1 count on Norris with Solarte now at second.
Well, obviously not the same guy we saw in the first 2 innings of his outing here tonight. Randall was just hitting every corner at the knees, dropping breaking balls in there when he wanted to, and now just can't seem to find the plate.
We tend to think of Randall as a long man because he was a former starter, a converted starter, even had some starts last year. But the difference in effectiveness, when he's pick a number, 30 pitches, less than that, he's very effective. North of that, then not quite as effective. And he's over 40 here. Delgado will have no play at second, and they'll get Norris at first. Solarte had wandered off the bag there, but not far away enough to make a play on him, so there's 1 out. And Will Venable will hit.
Fielder Will Venable.
Venable singled in the second. He has walked twice, once intentionally. Big night here last night, 3 for 5, a double shy of the cycle.
Now, this could be one of those at bats. If Randall falls behind in the count, you may go ahead and walk Will Venable intentionally to set up a potential double play. If you get ahead in the count, then maybe you go ahead and try to put him away yourself.
Yes, he went, says Jim Joyce. 0-2. In there, called strike 3. Fourth strikeout for Delgado, 2 down in the 12th.
Shortstop, Alexi Amarista.
Good bounce back at bat right there for Randall Delgado. Perfectly executed fastball at the knees on the outside corner. Nothing Venable could do.
Alexi Amarista. 0 for 4 with a walk tonight. He is hitless in the series. Base hit. Glenn Hoffman will wave Solarte in from second. There is no throw, and it's 6-4 San Diego.
Hey, that's it. Great job, baby. That boy.
Nice piece of hitting by Amarista after being out in front of a changeup. Just stayed back, let the fastball get deep in the zone, and slapped it the other way.
And wild pitch really came back to bite Randall Delgado, and his night will end here. Pitching change at Chase Field. Diamondbacks trail at 6-4 in the 12th. We're back after this. Evan Marshall, a whole new battery for the Diamondbacks is in there. Marshall on the mound and Gozewisch behind the plate. For Evan, who has struggled this year, his 12th appearance, the ERA near 7.
Fastball command has been an issue for Evan as well, leaving a lot of them up over the heart of the plate, where last year he was able to bury that pitch down low in the zone, get some swings and misses and easy ground balls.
Justin Upton, a solo homer off Randall Delgado to open up this 12th inning, made it 5-4 Padres. Alexi Amarista, a 2-out RBI single, made it 6-4. Gozewisch back there now. And here's the shortstop, Clint Barmas. Diamondbacks got 2 in the 9th to tie it 4-4. The Padres 2 here in the 12th to take a 6-4 lead. Marshall, the 7th different pitcher tonight for the Diamondbacks after Chase Anderson was just terrific, going 7 innings. Sean Kelly going to start warming up. Of course, they've already used their closer, keep in mind, Craig Kimbrell, who blew the save in the 9th. .95 misses inside, and Marshall's behind 2 balls and no strikes. Matt Kemp, Justin Upton, Melvin Upton, who's on the DL. Green 1. Myers on deck. 3 hits tonight, including a pair of doubles for Will Myers. That's in there for a strike at 95. It's full 3-2. And now Marista will be off from first on the pitch. There goes the runner, and Marshall strikes him out, but the Padres get 2, led by Justin Upton's homer. So it's Gozuish, Inciarte, Pollock, 9-1-2, down 2 in the 12th. Bottom of the 12th, the right-hander Sean Kelly just off the. Oop, that's Quackenbush, pardon me. Yeah. So they're going with Sean Kelly in there.
Well, they were still a couple of spots away from the pitcher spot for the Padres, so Quackenbush able to stay in the ball game here.
Kelly's still warming up down there. Tuffy Gozuish will lead off the 12th. Quackenbush worked a 1-2-3 11th. Got a strikeout and a couple of ground balls. Tuffy in there at 228 on the year. There's a strike, 1-1.
Need a runner right here. Tuffy taking a 2-0 fastball pretty much right down the middle of the plate. He's trying to find a way to get on base and bring that tying run to the plate.
Center field, Venable. One away. Ender Inciarte.
Swing, good contact. Unfortunately, hit it right at Will Venable out there in center field.
Ender hitless tonight in the leadoff spot. He has struck out 3 times. Solarte cheating in on the grass at third. Bunt attempt is fouled off.
Not a bad idea. You got Will Myers playing down there at first base, relatively new to the position. Quackenbush, big guy, not sure how he bounces off the mound, but Ender bunts it right down off the dirt and then off his chest for a foul ball.
That's in there for a strike. 0-2. Quackenbush knocks it down. It's off the rosin bag and Inciarte's aboard.
Assume that'll be an infield single for Ender Inciarte. Got on top of that big breaking ball, rattled around. I guess that answers our question about Quackenbush and how he moves off the mound. Really had trouble corralling that one. Hit him in the wrist, hit him in the leg, rolls off the back of the mound, and Ender's able to leg it out.
A one-out base runner for A.J. Pollock. Diamondbacks get the tying run to the plate. A.J. singled and stole a base his last time up. He's 1 for 5. He does have a home run in his career off Kevin Quackenbush. Goldie on deck. One and two.
That goes without saying. It's really important for Ender Inciarte to work hard for a secondary lead at first base to break up a potential double play and get Goldie up to the plate with a chance to tie it.
AJ able to hold up there. He did not go. Padres have a left-hander warming up at their bullpen right now. You've got Goldie on deck and Peralta in the hole. Garcia starts to get loose again. He was warming up earlier in the ball game. Two and two to AJ Pollock. In there, called strike three.
First baseman,
good command that time from Quackenbush. Bounced a couple breaking balls and ultimately just paints that outside corner with a fastball.
So 2 outs for Goldie. He's the tying run at the plate. Inciarte moves up. He'll take second on defensive indifference. Now, if you wanted to, you could pitch around Goldie, but that would bring the winning run to the plate in the person of Peralta.
Good rip at that. No question that Paul Goldschmidt is the guy you want at the plate in this situation, but especially what he's done lately. 6 of his last 9 with runners in scoring position.
2-1. Second in the National League in homers and RBIs. He singled and scored in the 4th. He has walked 4 times, once intentionally. 2-1 to Goldie. Misses. It's 3-1. Keep in mind, all 4 Diamondback runs tonight have come with 2 outs. Three and 2. Got him, and the Padres win the ball game 6-4. Justin Upton, 18 games against the Diamondbacks in his career now, 6 homers and 15 RBIs. His solo shot off Randall Delgado to lead off the 12th proves to be the difference in a 6-4 San Diego win.
Well, no loss is easy, but this one was really tough after Chase Anderson went out and absolutely dealt through 7 innings of this ball game. But Padres stormed back and ended up winning an extra inning 6-4.
And so the Diamondbacks will try and manage a split of this 4-game series. Tomorrow afternoon, Andrew Cashner starts for San Diego. Still not sure who will start for the Diamondbacks. We may get that announcement following the ball game, so look for that on the Diamondback Live post-game show. Brandon Webb, the birthday boy. Happy birthday, Webby. He's with Jody Jackson.
Thanks a lot, Steve. As try as the Diamondbacks might, they're